It's going to be Wilderness clearly third. And the real battle, look at this race, very exciting for the place in the final. Pulteney just narrowly in front, I think, of Loreto. Pulteney and Loreto, stroke for stroke, boats overlapping, but it's the Pulteney crew that get the fourth place. So they will be in the final today. They'll be in today's final for the Year 8 girls. And that's the A boats for the Year 8s. Now I'm going to hand it to David Freeman.
Thank you, Phil. Welcome to everybody to 2017 Head of the River. And the next race underway is Heat 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8A division. So race 2 is underway, the second heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8A division. The crew's going through the 500 metre mark, and we have in lane 1 Unley High, lane 2 Seymour. Lane 2 Norwood Morialta, lane 3 Walford, lane 4 Pembroke, lane 5 Seymour, and in lane 6 Unley High School. So again, the first 4 going through to the final. As they approach the beach, it's Seymour leading the way just ahead of Pembroke. And then a gap back to Walford. And on the far side, Unley High. And those 4 schools would, at the moment, looks like they will progress through to the final, with Norwood Morialta dropping back in lane 2. So into the red boys, 200 metres to travel. And so first 4 going through, and those 4 are rather obvious. We have Seymour out in front, just sitting ahead of Pembroke. And then a gap back to Walford and Unley High School on the far side. So Seymour crossed the line to take out Heat 2, about a length to Pembroke. Then there'll be a gap back to Walford and Unley High, fighting it out for 3rd and 4th place. And looks like Unley High just pip Walford for third and fourth. And Nord Moriata will come through in fifth place. So first four going through to the final. The next event down, race 3, is the Schoolboys Year 8A division. And this is Heat 1 with Nord Moriata in lane 2, Pulteney in 3, Prince Alfred College in 4, St Peter's College in 5, and St Ignatius in lane 6. So in this race, only the first 3 go automatically through to the final. And then the next 2 fastest crews from the 2 heats. So we've got 3 coming out of Heat 1, 3 coming out of Heat 2, and then the 2 fastest non-qualifiers will then go through to the final.
Now, thanks again to our regatta host this year, St Peter's College, and the Uni SA, who are the sponsors of the regatta. And I'll point out to you that if you have your electronic gear with you, your Wi-Fi or your smartphone, you can look at the results on the Rowing SA Regattas website. Look up Rowing SA Regattas, and you'll get the program, the times, results as they are dealt with by our volunteers in the officials' finish tower.
So into the concluding stages of Heat 1, and it's Prince Alfred College leading St Peter's by just on a length. And the first 3 going through, and those 3 are quite obvious, as the third crew will be Pulteney. So Princes go across the line to take out Heat 1. St Peter's across in second place, and third will be Pulteney. The other 2 will have to wait and see what their times are compared to the next heat. Philip Marshall, can you please meet at the main gate? Philip Marshall, you are required at the main gate. So Philip Marshall, will you please go to the main gate and meet Jeff Erickson? So it's St Ignatius across in 4th place, and Nord Moriata will go through in 5th. So St Ignatius should get into the final as the fastest non-progressor in that heat. The next event, Heat 2 of the Schoolboy Year 8s. Crews have come through the 250 markers. And it's a race in 2 at the moment between Scotch and Pembroke in the middle of the field. with then a gap back to Unley and Christian Brothers. And it's Pembroke putting in the big strokes towards the end and just moving away from Scotch slightly to take out this heat, make sure they get there. So Pembroke crossed the line just ahead of Scotch. So those two will go through, and Unley High coming through in third place. So Christian Brothers come down to complete heat 2, and they'll have to wait to see what the times were like from heat 1 to see who goes through to the final. The next event due down is race 5, the Schoolgirl Year 9B quads, and we have 2 heats of those, again with the first 4 going through to the final in each heat and the rest being eliminated.
So the next race due to start is race number 5, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. This is for the B boats, and there are 2 heats for that as well, with Nord Moriata in lane 2, Unley in lane 3, Wilderness in 4, Loretto Marriotteville in 5, Scotch in 6, and St Ignatius in 7. If you've got a program you wonder why it says Loretto Marriotteville, that's because we're on a Australia-wide computer setup for our rowing results and a regatta organisation, and there are Loretto colleges in different cities, and that's where that comes from. The regatta time is just coming up to 8:50. Now the official regatta time, you can see it at the top of the judges' tower. The top of the judges' tower is the official regatta time. You can see a digital clock there, and the next race due to start at 8:50.
So coming to the beach in race 5, the Schoolgirl Year 9B Quads Heat 1, and as you can see there are 4 crews across the course. First 4 will qualify. So the 4 out in the middle look like they're the qualifiers, with Wilderness leading the batch. In second place on their outside would be Loretto, then Scotch, and Unley High in lane 3 would be coming 4th. Then across to Nord Moriata in lane 2 and St Ignatius in lane 7. So this is heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quads. And it's Wilderness just sitting out in front of Scotch at the moment in second place, and then probably a half a boat length back to Loretto, and then a couple of lengths to Unley High, and then quite a big gap back to Nord Moriata and St Ignatius. But down to the line, it's Wilderness who cross over the line to take out Heat 1. Scotch go across in second place, immediately followed by Loretto. And then a length or so back to Unley High, go through in 4th. So those 4 crews will move through to the Schoolgirl B final for Year 9s. And coming through in 5th position will be Nord Moriata. And on the far side of the course in lane 7 we have St Ignatius. The second heat is well underway, with Adelaide High in lane 2. St Peter's in 3, Walford in 4, Pembroke in 5, and Seymour in lane 6. Okay, race 6 approaching the 250 boys, and it's Pembroke in lane 5 leading the way, possibly a length and a half to Walford in lane 4, and then about a length further back to St Peter's, and on the far side we would have Seymour and Adelaide High currently in 5th. So with first 4 going through to the final, the 5th crew will be eliminated. So it's Pembroke sitting out in front, travelling quite nicely. No great urgency once you're in the top 4, but crews still using this as good race practice. Pembroke wind it up for the finish just to establish their good lead, and Walford will go through in 2nd place. 3rd coming down will be St Peter's, who've just had a bit of a shipwreck but managed to get it back very quickly, so they go through in 3rd, and Seymour go through in 4th place. And then well done to Adelaide High coming through nice and cleanly, and they pick up the 5th position. So just a reminder that the finals draw, those sheets will be downstairs next to regatta control. So if you want to check the final draw, lane draw for your final, just go down next to regatta control, the base of the judges' tower. So the race coming down is race 7, the Schoolgirl Year 9 A Division Heat 1. We have 6 crews. In lane 2 is Pulteney, lane 3 Loretto, lane 4 Pembroke, lane 5 St Peter's Girls, lane 6 Unley High, and in lane 7 St Ignatius. So the first 4 will go through to the final. The remaining 2 crews will be eliminated, and as they approach the 250 metre boys, it's Pembroke leading the way to, on their outside, St Peter's Girls, then Unley High, then back to Loretto in a close contest with Pulteney and St Ignatius on the far side. But the clear leaders at the moment in the middle of the field are Pembroke. They've got a length or so on their crew on the outside, which is St. Peter's Girls. Right next to them is Unley High School. They're in, would be in third position at the moment. Followed by Marriotteville, who are being challenged by Pulteney. So one of those two crews is going to be eliminated. So it's the race at the moment is between Loreto and Pulteney for a position in the final. And it's still Loreto sitting out in front. They've got their act back together and moved away from Pulteney. So Pembroke go down, take out Heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9A division. St. Peter's Girls go across in second place. Third is Unley. And fourth will be Loreto, followed by Pulteney. And across the line in sixth place on the far side is St. Ignatius. So from that heat, we've got Pembroke, St. Peter's Girls, Unley and Loreto going through to the final.
Thanks, David. Race number 8 is the second heat of the A boats for the Schoolgirl Year 9s, with Adelaide High in 2, Seymour in 3, Wilderness in 4, Walford in 5, Scotch in 6, and Norwood Moreouta in lane 7, and with 4 boats to go to the final. So 13 entries in this Year 9A boats. So we've got 13 of the 15 schools represented in this age division, the Year 9A Coxed Quad Scull, where each boat has a coxswain steering and 4 rowers, and each of the rowers have 2 oars. All the junior Year 8, 9 and 10 boats are quad sculls, where the rowers have 2 oars, and then the senior boats, the first and second 8s and 4s, they have sweep oars, where the rowers have 1 oar each. And they're off and racing in this race number 9 from the 1,000 metre mark. And I'll say again, this is the first year we've had the Year 8s and the Year 9s having their own title events. In recent years we've had Year 8 and 9 combined. So this year we've got the Year 8s and Year 9s separate, and we do remind the Year 8s that they will be the first. When they win their trophies, they'll be the first one to collect the trophies, and they should come to the winning crews should come to the base of the judges' tower at the finish line immediately after racing finishes with the first 8s to collect their trophies. This is another good race. We saw that well contested for the 4 places to get into the final, and it's the same again with 4 or 5, with more than 4 boats fighting for those places. It looks like it's Seymour, Wilderness and Walford running 1, 2, 3, but then there's a good race between Scotch and Adelaide for the place in the final. Norwood Moreouta is the one crew that has dropped back. So no doubt about the leader at the moment. It's the Seymour crew, mainly in the green. And running second would be Walford. In between them are Wilderness. Those 3 look pretty safe. And I'd say Scotch at this stage have gotten clear of the Adelaide crew. But Adelaide are keeping the pressure on the Scotch crew for a place in the final. Excellent racing by the Year 9 girls in the Quad Scull, the A boat, the second heat. We've got heats on the program today until 9:45, and then the finals of the Head of the River. So Seymour just a narrow lead over Walford. A close race this for a heat. I hope they save some energy for the final. But it's Seymour going to take the heat 2 out for ahead of Walford. Wilderness a third. And it's Scotch College to get the 4th place. And the place in the final just ahead of Adelaide. Oh dear. Yes, the Norwood crew, if you look down the course, you'll see the Nordmore outer crew of only rowing with 3 rowers at the moment. One of the oars is looking distinctly out of use at the moment. And they'll be hard-pressed to get clear of the next race, which is already on the way. Do you want to take that, David? It's the Schoolboy Year 9A boats. So the first of the boys.
This is race 9, the Schoolboy Year 9A Division Quads, and Heat 1. The first 3 go to the final, and the next 2 fastest crews, the 2 heats. So in lane 2 we have Adelaide High, lane 3 Nordmore Outer, lane 4 Prince Alfred College, lane 5 Scotch College, and in lane 6 St Ignatius. And it's the crew from Prince Alfred College streeted away from the rest of the field, establishing a very large lead. Over Scotch College on their outside. So this is Heat 1 of the Schoolboy Year 9As, with Princes are going to take it out. At the present time, Scotch are sitting in 2nd place, and there's a battle for 3rd between Nordmore Outer and St Ignatius. At the moment, it's St Ignatius sitting in 3rd place, just ahead of Nordmore Outer and then Adelaide High. Down to the line, it's Scotch College which come through in 2nd place. St Ignatius go across the line in 3rd, just ahead of Nordmore Outer in 4th. So Nordmore Outer are going to have to wait and see what the 2nd heat times are like to see whether they made the final. And Adelaide High go through in 5th position. The lane draw for race 18 has been posted. This is the Schoolgirl Year 8A Quad Scull Final. If you want to check this, it's posted downstairs. The lane draw for the Year 8A Quads is in lane 1 Pulteney Grammar, lane 2 Unley High, lane 3 Scotch College, lane 4 Seymour College, lane 5 St Peter's Girls, lane 6 Pembroke, lane 7 Wilderness, and in lane 8 Walford. And the draw for race 22, the Schoolboy Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Final, in lane 1 Nordmore Outer, lane 2 Pulteney Grammar, lane 3 Scotch College, lane 4 Prince Alfred College, lane 5 Pembroke, lane 6 St Peter's College, lane 7 Unley High, and in lane 8 St Ignatius.
Thanks, David. And race 10 is well underway. The Schoolboy Year 9A Cox Quad Scull from the 1,000 metre mark with Pulteney in lane 3, St Peter's in lane 4, Unley in 5, CBC Christian Brothers College in lane 6. First 3 boats into the final, and at this stage, at the halfway mark, it does look as if the Christian Brothers College crew has dropped out of the race for that spot in the direct entry to the final, and it's Pulteney, St Peters and Unley that are battling for the lead, and they do look assured of, barring accidents, getting into the final. CBC keeping the work on, though. They're racing very well, got perfect racing conditions here on the Alex Ramsey International Rowing Course at West Lakes. Course opened in 1977, so the 40th year we've run the regatta on this course, and in fact the official name of the Alexander Ramsey rowing course was named at the head of the River Regatta in 1977, the first time we held the head of the river here, and the head of the river was the date and place for the naming of the Alex Ramsey International Rowing Regatta course. So it's Unley leading this race into the final. Unley ahead of St Peters, ahead of Pulteney, and right on the rudder is the Christian Brothers crew. So depending on the time, Christian Brothers College crew could make the final of the Year 9A Cox Quad Scull. But looking very impressive and beautiful rowing and sculling from the all these crews. Their coaches and crews and schools can be proud of the rowing. The CBC boys doing just as well, looking very good with their rowing, and they'll be anxiously finding out what the times were to see who makes the spot in the final. So I saw Unley first, Saint second, Pulteney third, and CBC just finishing in 4th now. So the officials will collate the time, and the finalists. And if you do have your smartphone there, you can look at all this on the YouTube. If you look up the Rowing SA website, Rowing Regattas, Rowing SA Regattas, you'll find on the YouTube. You can see the pictures live. We have a camera at the 1,000 metre mark and also on the judges' tower at the finish line. So we've got roving cameras and affixed cameras that are recording the racing today, and you can see that yourself if you have electronic viewing media with you, tablet, laptop, smartphone. Please enjoy the free pictures, and you can see clearly your racing, and you can get the results too. Thanks again to our sponsors, UniSA and St Peters College for hosting the regatta, and Morntein Motors are sponsoring the filming. Morntein Motors sponsoring the filming that we've got of the regatta here. So we've got a minute before the start of the next race. Remember, regatta time is in the top of the judges' tower, the big digital clock there on Telstra time. That gives you regatta time. Reminder again for the winning crews, when the last races are the first 8 for the boys and girls, together winning crews on the lawn north of the club rooms, because winning presentations all take place at the end of the regatta. It's different to usual club regattas. This regatta is run by the schools. In this case, it's St Peters College. Thanks to Philip Marshall for heading up the regatta organisation. And we want all the Year 8s who will be first-time winners and first-time trophy receivers to be ready to come together as a crew to collect their medals. So winning Year 8 crews, the coaches and rowing masters, make sure you have them ready at the behind the finish line to get their trophies as soon as they finish. You can still get merchandise for sale. There's head of the river merchandise, hoodies, quarter zips, t-shirts and more available to purchase There's a merchandise tent up on the lawn near the main club rooms and boat shed. Only for sale until today, so please hurry and buy your merchandise. And the next race has started from the 1500 metre mark. And the race, it's race 11, the year 10 quad scull. And it's for the girls. The girls are first 4 to go into the final. We've got Adelaide High in lane 2, Wilderness in 3, Scotch in 4, Walford in 5, Pulteney in 6, Loretto in 7. So 4 boats to go into the final in the year A girls for year 10s. And they race, the year 10s race the longer distance. They race 1500 metres, the old metric mile. So the 5 boats are on their way. They've started in race 11 from the 1500 metre mark. They all seem to be safely away. The 2 leading crews to me look like the Walford crew from lane 5 and the Pulteney crew in lane 6. They seem to have started to draw away from the rest of the field. So I'd say it's Walford and Pulteney, the 2 leading boats. And Scotch College also. Yes, Scotch College doing very well also in this this race. In fact, Scotch had a very good start, probably the best start of the field. Scotch College seemed to get away quite well in the middle lane there. Crew coached by Katie Freeman. Now, I've been calling the race as if all 6 boats were there, but I cannot see the Loretto crew on the far side. I can only see 5 boats here, so don't know what's happened there. So Loretto must have had a some sort of a breakage or breakdown in the very early stages, because it looks like they're right back well behind the rest of the field here. The rules in rowing nowadays don't allow for any breakages of equipment. In the old days of the wooden boats and wooden oars, we had used to have a lot of breakages, especially at the start. Moving the heavy boat off the start was quite common to break an oar, a wooden oar, and they used to have a 100-metre breakage rule, first 100 metres, but that rule's been gone from world rowing since 2013. It was certainly scrapped after the 2012 Olympics, when the British lightweight double scull blatantly cheated with a make-believe breakage, and that rule's been completely scrapped now because our equipment is so much stronger and better, and they don't allow for breakages, unfortunately. So it's Scotch College that's clearly in front now as they approach the finish line. You can see this for yourself, I would imagine. Scotch in the gold colours clearly out in front, but there is a definite race for information here, because it's the top 4 boats that are going directly to the final. No fastest times here. So that race for fourth place is on an earless between Pulteney, Wilderness and Unley. Oh, sorry, it's Adelaide. Adelaide, Wilderness and Pulteney. Certainly the first two places are quite clear. It's Scotch and Walford, but there's two more places left in the final. And Adelaide High on the inside in the black and white look as if they're in third place at the moment. Adelaide High crew looking like getting a spot in the final. They're ahead of Wilderness, and it's pretty close between Adelaide, Wilderness, and on the far side, Pulteney. Oh, these three boats are absolutely locked together. Adelaide just in front, in third place at the moment, and I couldn't tell you who got the fourth place in the final between Wilderness and Pulteney. It was very close. I reckon, so the judges will tell us when they get the all clear. The umpire in his umpire's boat there, I don't know if you noticed, he just waved his white flag, so the umpire that follows in the rescue boat, we have a rescue boat follows each race with an umpire who watches for any problems, and he's waved the white flag for an all clear, so there's no problems with the race. We just have to wait for the judge's decision on that vital fourth place and a place in the final. It'd be lovely if it was a dead heat between those two boats, because we probably could fit a ninth boat into the regatta. It's a feature of today's regatta in the first eights today that we'll have a 9-boat final on our 8-lane course, and we can manage that because lane 0 is the travelling lane. The lane 0 is the one that the crews all go to the start on, and our officials are going to make sure that the 8s are all safe on the course and race 9 lanes. First time in sporting history that we'll have 9-lane head of the river in South Australia, with 9 boats in both the boys and girls first 8s today. And it's the Wilderness crew that got the fourth spot, so Wilderness fourth and into the final, just ahead of Pulteney Grammar School. Bad luck, Pulteney. They just missed out on a place in the final. So the fourth place in that race went to Wilderness, and they go into the final. Pulteney just miss out.
Race 12's coming down, the Year 10A Schoolgirl Heat 2. They've got 500 metres to travel. The first 3 crews are fairly set at the moment, with Seymour leading the way just ahead of St. Peter's Girls, and then Unley. And then a gap back to Ignatius and Pembroke, followed by Norwood Morialta. But crews coming down to the Red Boys and 250 metres to travel. And you can see that Seymour out in lane 5 are just sitting in front of St. Peter's Girls, possibly by about a length. And a further length to Unley in third place. And then a good row between the next 2 schools for the position in the final. So that's between Ignatius on the far side, St. Ignatius in lane 6, and Pembroke in lane 2. And at the moment it's St. Ignatius sitting in 4th. And then a gap back to Norwood Morialta in 6th place. But 100 metres left to travel, and Seymour doing quite nicely out in front of St. Peter's Girls, currently in second position. A gap of a bit more than a length to Unley High School, currently in third. So those three crews, barring accident, safely through to the final. And it's St. Ignatius who've really pushed away from Pembroke. And St. Ignatius are going to come down in their red hats and take out the fourth position and go through to the final. So in fifth position will be Pembroke, down here in lane 2, and then Nord Morialta will come through in 6th place. So through to the final in the Year 10A Schoolgirl Quads. From that race is Seymour, St. Peter's, Unley and St. Ignatius.
The races are coming thick and fast. We're in the last bracket of the heats now. There's race 13 and 14 are the boys Year 10A Cox Quad Scull. And after those two heats, that's the end of the heats, and we'll have finals for the rest of the day. So in this first final for the first heat for the Year 10s, in lane 2 got Adelaide, lane 3 St. Peter's, lane 4 Prince Alfred, lane 5 Scotch, and lane 6 Nord Morialta. And those crews have come through halfway, and again with it's the first 3 in this and the 2 fastest crews, so every crew here has got something to race for. All 5 crews, the first 3 leaders will go automatically to the final, but the crews running 4th and 5th can still qualify if they're the faster than the other boats. So at the moment you've got Saints, Prince Alfred and Scotch are the leading boats, and they look like taking out the first 3 spots. And Adelaide High and Nord Morialta High School, the 2 high school crews, are battling for another place in the final by trying to record the fastest 4th and 5th places. It's almost synchronised sculling in the leading 3 boats. They're pretty much the same rating, the same speed, and almost side by side. That's St. Peter's in the dark blue, Prince's in the red, Scotch in the gold, and those 3 crews are virtually locked together, pacing themselves. Being Year 10s, they're probably experienced enough to know this is only a heat. They can save some of their energy for the final. They don't need to burst themselves with using up all their energy. Those 3 boats are safely into the final. I'd like to think their coaches have told them to just keep an eye on themselves to get into the final. And those 3 places are definitely Scotch, Prince Alfred and St. Peter's. Those schools will be in the final of the Year 10A boys. And the battle is against the clock for the other 2 crews. The Nord Morialta crew and the Adelaide High crew are racing against the clock for another spot in the final. As they cross the line, it is Scotch, then Saints, then PAC. They're the places for the heats. And like I said, the time is what's important for Nord Morialta, and they're keeping it going. The Nord Morialta boys know that their time is important. They're still sculling well and quite fast, so their time could get them into the final. Good luck, Nord Morialta. Adelaide High coming along in 5th place in this race, and their time could be faster than some of the others. We'll leave that up to the officials. We've got electronic timing. You've noticed if you're watching any of the filming, the times come through on some of the official information. That's Adelaide High going to be 5th in this particular event. The next race is almost ready to start. just an announcement from our sponsors today, the Uni SA. The head of the University of SA Health van today is on the lawn near the club rooms, and you can get free physiotherapy services for any of the athletes, for hamstring length testing, muscle stretching and massage. So there's a free service by Uni SA on the Uni SA Health van on the lawn near the club rooms at the finish line. Then we thank University for supporting the regatta. The University of SA proudly support the schools Head of the River regatta and wish all the teams competing today the best of luck. And for those of you who may be going on to Uni SA studies, you school rowers, the Uni of SA supports elite athletes while studying through their Elite Athletes and Performing Artists program. So you can get more information from visiting the Uni SA website on unisa.edu.au. So that's a prospective attraction for any of you rowers that want to keep rowing when you go to university, Uni SA. Over to David.
Thanks, Phil. I have the draws for races 25 and 26, so the schoolgirl Year 9B quad final. We have in Lane 1 Unley High, Lane 2 St Peter's Girls, Lane 3 Scotch, Lane 4 Pembroke, Lane 5 Wilderness, Lane 6 Walford, Lane 7 Loretto and Lane 8 Seymour. That was the schoolgirl Year 9Bs. In the schoolgirl Year 9As, Lane 1 is Scotch, Lane 2 Unley, Lane 3 Walford, Lane 4 Pembroke, Lane 5 Seymour, Lane 6 St Peter's Girls, Lane 7 Wilderness and in Lane 8 Loretto. So coming down past the hotel with 300 metres or so to travel is race 14, the second heat of schoolboy Year 10As. In lane 3 we have Christian Brothers, 4 is Pulteney, 5 Pembroke and 6 Unley High. So first 3 will go through to the final automatically, and the fourth crew will have to wait to see the times of the last 2 crews of the previous heat. But it's Pembroke sitting out in front at the moment, leading this heat ahead of Pulteney. And Unley High currently in third. So those 3 look like they'll make it to the final, and Christian Brothers sitting in fourth place will have to wait on the times for the last 2 place getters of the previous heat. So CBC not out of it yet. They've just got to put in the effort and get one of these 2 fastest times. So they're doing their best at the rear of the field to make up the gap and score a good time. But out in front, it's Pembroke who are going to take out the second heat of the schoolboy Year 10A. Pulteney slide across the line in second place, very closely followed by Unley High. And only just on a length then to CBC coming through in fourth. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of the morning's heats. We now have a 10-minute gap in racing until the beginning of the finals. So every event now coming down is racing for a trophy. So we're looking for a start at 9:45 for race 15, the schoolgirl Year 8D division quads. And they are rowing for the new trophy, the Victoria Bazadow Cup. And a reminder to all crews that we must get bow numbers back. Today's program is very dense, 5 minutes between races. Bow numbers are required, and the first bow number is from Prince Alfred College. C4, taken out by Deb. We need your bow number back urgently. Prince Alfred College, C4, taken out by Deb. So bow numbers back as soon as possible, please.
I'll tell you when to start the dance only. Okay, lane 4, easy. Lane 4, check. Check lane 4, that's it. Lane
And
3,
we have
easy.
two more
Lane
final
3,
draws.
check.
This is for
Lane
race
5,
30,
easy.
the
Lane
Schoolboy
5, check.
Year 9A quads. And lane 1 is Christian
lane
Brothers,
4,
lane 2 St
very right
Ignatius,
touch and
lane
bouncing.
3 St Peter's College, lane 4 Prince Alfred College, lane 5 Onley High, lane 6 Scotch College, lane 7 Pulteney Grammar, and lane 8 Nord Morialta High School. And race 33, the Schoolgirl Year 10A Quad Skull Final. Lane 1 St Ignatius, lane 2 Adelaide High, lane 3 St Peter's, lane 4 Scotch College, lane 5 Seymour College, lane 6 Walford, lane 7 Onley High, and lane 8 Wilderness.
One more lane 3. Lane 3 check. Lane 5 light touch from bouncing. Lane 5 check. Check lane 5, check, check, check. Lane 4 light touch from bouncing. Lane 5 make sure your blades are in the water, ladies. Lane 4 check. Lane 3, back on bow side. Lane 3, you can push yourself. No, back on bow side, other way. So just do bottom 2. So balance is set up the boat, 3 strokes, back on bow side. 2 seats, sit easy, set up the boat. Bouncing, keep your hands together. Just let 3 strokes do it. 2 seats, sit easy, set up the boat. Okay, now 3 strokes, back on both sides.
It's a very long one.
Yeah, it's my 200.
Very big.
Okay, lane 3 easy. And
Is
lane
Harry
3
though?
check.
Hey?
Lane
Harry?
5.
Yeah, he's in the first 8.
And isn't Lockie picking up rolling or something?
He's not rowing this weekend, but he'll be
Okay.
rowing for
Lane
12
5, light touch from bouncing.
Henry McLaughlin's rowing for
I know that
David?
name, but I can't.
Harry's cousin.
Yeah. I
Edwina as well.
can't picture her face, but I know the name.
Edwina as well, the senior.
Yeah.
She's a cop.
Is Will still rolling?
Hey?
Will?
Will's rowing as well.
And we have a start in race 15, the first final. This is the Schoolgirl Year 8 D Division Coach Quad Skulls. And they are competing for a new trophy to be awarded today, the Victoria Bazadow Cup. This cup's presented by Walford Anglican School for Girls in honour of Victoria Bazadow, a former First 8 rower who was selected for the South Australian Youth Cup rowing squad, and then awarded a rowing scholarship to Harvard University, and she became a Harvard rower. So 3 crews coming down.
Swing the camera around.
We have in lane 3 Wilderness, lane 4 Scotch,
It's on
and
the
in
whole
lane
time.
5
They're doing
the
the
second
camera off.
Wilderness crew.
I need to see.
Just a smile, Ed. Just look this, come this side of the camera.
So through the 500 metre mark, and it's Scotch in the middle, leading the way with the 2 Wilderness crews on either side. So Scotch have got a good lead of a length or so over the Wilderness crew in lane 3, and then the Wilderness crew on the outside. So these crews coming down, rowing for the Victoria Bazadow Cup.
So hurry not to drown.
And Scotch seem to be pulling away from the 2 Wilderness crews and establishing quite a good lead. Probably 3 to 4 lengths now as they go past the hotel with about 300 metres left to travel.
Yeah, no, I think we can now. Yeah, I think we can. We've got an auto for this. I think we can.
Because it's brighter over there and over there.
So coming into view to the beach is the Scotch crew made up of Laura Price, Amelia Bell, Evie McRitchie, Meg Neighbour, Phoebe Ryan Kane as the cops, coached by Sophie Kamens and Charles Grabham.
Lane 4, square legs in the water. Lane 3, check.
So it looks like Scotch have got this one
Just for the bouncing.
sewn up with 2:50 to go as they reach the red buoys.
Okay, lane 2 easy. Lane 2 check.
And the 2 Wilderness crews will fight it out for second and third. So Scotch doing it quite nicely. They got
Right away.
a good start. They had a length lead by
Lane 4,
250 metres.
in the water.
And now they're moving away from the other 2 Wilderness crews to take out race 15. So barring accidents,
5 check. Check 5. Lane 2 light touch. Lane 6 light touch.
they're looking a little tired now as they come into the last 100 metres. Lost some of their rhythm, but having established their good lead, there aren't any problems for Scotch to get across the line.
Lane 4 check.
Scotch putting in the big strokes at the end, almost to their undoing, but they're managing to get to the line, and they're going to take out, very easily winners, take out the first trophy. So at Scotch College go across the line to record a win in the Year 8D division, and they will be receiving the Victoria Bazadow Cup at the end of the day. In fact, they will be the first crew for presentation. So the coaches need to make sure that they are there on time, because presentations won't start until Scotch have finished. So Wilderness from lane 5 is across the line in second place, and looks like the third crew's just had a bit of a shipwreck. In fact, they've only got
So should I...
3 scullers. Looks like the strokes had a problem. they're still going, which is important. They're going to get across the line and complete the race, which is good for year 8s, their first year of competing as an individual year at the head of the river. And we've got 8 finals and 8 trophies to present for the year 8 category.
Official spectator.
The next one coming down is race 16. This is the schoolgirl year 8C division. We've got Loretto in lane 2, Unley in 3, Scotch in 4, Pembroke in 5 and Wilderness in 6. And these crews are rowing for the Margaret Brown Cup. The Margaret Brown Cup presented by Wilderness School in memory of Margaret Brown, who was the founder of Wilderness School in 1884. So a very long tradition at Wilderness School for Margaret Brown, and it's her namesake cup will be presented to the winner of this event, which at the moment is Pembroke, who've got quite a good lead over Scotch.
Will you give the guy a call?
In third place would be Unley High, followed by Loretto, and then Wilderness.
Lane 8, check the boat. Okay, lane 7, light truck from Belsey. Lane 6, light truck from Belsey. Lane 5, light truck from Belsey. Everyone else,
Can I remind spectators that we have a set of portaloos on the north lawn. You don't have to queue up for toilets in the main block. Go out into the north lawn. There's a set of portaloos out there which at the moment aren't being used. So if you go out there,
7 check, 6 check. Lane 4, light touch. Lane 2, light touch. 4 check. Lane 1, light touch. Lane 8, stop moving forward. Get something, lane 1.
so into the last 100 metres, and it's Pembroke. We're going to
Okay, lane 1 easy.
take out
lane
the
1 check.
schoolgirl year 8C division
Lane 5, get the light touch.
and the Margaret
Lane 1,
Brown
get the
Cup,
light
and
touch.
they've got a couple of strokes to go. Ahead of Scotch, currently in second place, then followed by Unley.
Ladies, while you keep moving forward,
nothing
I have to
between
get everyone
Loretto
in line
and
with you.
Wilderness
So if
for
you need to
4th and
straighten
5th.
up, you need to do it
But it's
like that.
Pembroke across the line,
Lane 6, light touch.
winners of the year 8C division.
Lane 5, light touch. Sorry, lane 5 check. Lane 4, light touch.
Scotch come through and go the line in second place,
Light check.
and then a gap back to Unley High,
3 check. 4
slightly
light
ahead
touch.
of Wilderness.
4 check.
We've got a lead on Loretto, who having a few problems with their steering, I think. So it's Unley High across in third place. Fourth will be Wilderness, and fifth will be Loretto. So well done to the year 8C division. First time this event has been raced at the head of the river. And congratulations to Pembroke, who will take home the Margaret Brown Cup.
The next final is the B boats for the year 8s. So congratulations again to year 8s. The first time we've had a separate division for the year 8s at the head of the river. So these people are the first time winners. And I believe this one, the B boat, is called the Olympia Aldersea Cup. So Olympia, who rode in the Rio Olympics in the Australian 8. and she's represented Australia in since 2010, and has won medals in the Australian double scull crew. So the Olympia Aldersey Cup. We've got Loretto in 1, Unley in 2, Scotch in 3, Seymour in 4, Pembroke in 5, Saints in 6, Wilderness in 7, and Poultney in 8. So a full 8 boat race field here. And a pretty close race between Seymour and Pembroke. And then Saints. Saints are probably in 3rd place at the moment. But I'd say it's the Seymour in the green with the blue and white. The crew of Lucy Cole, Veronica Teague, Edwina McLaughlin, Ruby Mill and Maya Singh. The Cox coached by Joseph Hutt. I believe that crew's in front in the Year 8 girls. Cox quad scull. The biggest danger is coming from the Saints crew on the far side, or in lane 6 on their far side. Molly Bond, Gemma Shadle, Sarah Peake, Rose Young and Trinity Nelson, the coxswain. They're keeping the Seymour crew very honest in their racing. Next best I'd say is right on the inside, the Unley crew in the double blue colours, and the Pembroke crew in the green and gold. But a battle on here for the B boats for the Olympia Aldersey Cup for the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull girls at the 27E head of the river. And Seymour, just getting a bit tired there and a bit ragged in their timing, has allowed St. Peter's to come right up alongside of them. So this is the closest final we've had today for the head of the river. Seymour getting going again now as these two crews settle down to battle for the finish line. It's St. Peter's and Seymour. St. Peter's on the far side in the white and the blue, just ahead of the green with the yellow blades of Seymour. And it's St. Peter's that's going to cross the line. Crew from lane 6, Molly Bond, Gemma Shadle, Sarah Park, Rose Young and Trinity Nelson win the B boats for the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull ahead of Seymour. Pembroke look like they might just hang on for 3rd ahead of Unley. And then it's the Wilderness crew on the far side are going to be 5th, just ahead of Scotch. And Poultney are going to be 7th. And this is the Loretto crew will be 8th. So these results aren't official yet. It's only as we see them for the Olympia Aldersey Cup. But we saw St. Peter's crew, pretty sure they were first across the line, ahead of Seymour and Pembroke in 3rd place. The results are only official once the officials post them. We're calling another bow number from Wilderness, this time Renee from Wilderness. You've got to return E4. We need those bow numbers back. We need them back for the rest of the regatta. We run through them all day. So E4 from Wilderness, Renee, thank you. Wilderness E4, Renee, return that bow number.
So race 18's underway. This is the schoolgirl Year 8A division. And as you can see, there are 8 crews across the field and not much separating the first 5. So this is the Year 8 A's. We have Pulteney in 1, Unley in 2, Scotch 3, Seymour 4, St Peters 5, Pembroke 6, Wilderness 7, Walford in 8, and it's lane 4. Seymour College leading the way. So Seymour sitting out in front of Scotch and St Peters Girls, and they're rowing for the new trophy, the Anna Tree Cup. Anna Tree, who rowed for Unley High and won the first National Schoolgirl 8 title when Unley beat Walford at Curram. And she has represented Australia as a rower and a coach. So into the concluding stages, as you can see, it's very close for the first 4 or 5 positions. And hanging on is Seymour, but being challenged by Pembroke out in lane 6. Pembroke gone past St Peters Girls. So it's Seymour, Pembroke, then St Peters, Scotch and Walford. So into the concluding stages, 100 metres to go, and it's still Seymour sitting out in front. Pembroke closing quickly on the outside. Scotch have moved into 3rd place. So down to the line, 1 stroke to go, and it's Seymour across the line in 1st. Pembroke will be 2nd. Scotch go across the line 3rd. 4th will be St Peters Girls. 5th will be Walford. Then across the course to Wilderness, who will be 6th. Unley High Cross in 7th place, and Pulteney will be 8th. So an excellent race there, with the Anna Tree Cup taken out by Seymour from lane 4.
Thanks, David Freeman, and congratulations. What I love already about this Year 8 for the girls, we've got 4 different schools have won. Scotch College have won the D, Pembroke have won the C, Saints have won the B, and there's a win to Seymour. So 4 different schools have won a Year 8 trophy today. Congratulations to all those schools.
Yeah.
And in the excitement, please make sure those Year 8s are on the North Lawn, ready for presentation at the end of racing today. We present all the trophies at the end. It's the first time for the Year 8, so the Year 8 coaches, the school managers, school coordinators, make sure those Year 8 winners, all 4 of them, are, all their crews are up ready for presentation. That is, dressed ready for presentation at the end of the day. And if you didn't hear their notice before, there are more toilets. There are portable toilets on that north lawn as well. North of the boat shed, there are extra toilets. We want to call for Renee Chatterton to regatta control at the Judges' Tower, please. A call for Renee Chatterton. Renee, if you can hear me, if anyone's in the same team as Renee, she may be busy talking or coaching, please pass a message. They need to see Renee Chatterton at the Regatta Control headquarters at the base of the Judges' Tower. And the next race is underway. This is the first of the boys' final, and this is for the Jamie Fernandez Cup. Jamie Fernandez, a famous rower. I think he was in the head of the river crew that won the first 8s for Christian Brothers College. He went on and rowed in the Australian men's 8 at 3 Olympics, and I saw him row in Barcelona Olympics, Atlanta Olympics, and he won a silver medal in the Sydney Olympics, did Jamie Fernandez. So a very worthy name to be on the Cup. for ahead of the river race, being raced for by St Peter's College in lane 3, Prince Alfred College in 4, Unley High in lane 5, and another Prince Alfred College crew in lane 6. So 4 boats racing for the D Cox Quad Scull for the boys, and they've covered most of the journey. And it's not one but 2 Prince Alfred College's crews that are leading this race, and they're having a ding-dong battle between the 2 of them. The 2 Prince Alfred College crews have sprinted away from the field from Unley and St Peter's College. St Peter's are running 3rd, but it's between the 2 Prince Alfred College crews here, and it's quite close between the Prince Alfred College crews. So we're going to have another school winning a trophy today. This is the Year 8 boys, the D boats for the Hamey Fernandez Cup, and it's Princes and Princes. The crew on the far side at the moment of Robert Brennan, William Wheaton, Thomas Bell, Jock Dunn and Harrison Jersevich, coached by Stuart Brennan, is just leading the crew from Bailey Lock, Ethan Bald, Ryan Harb, Jaden Sylvanigam, Thomas Williams of Cox, and coached by Sydney Heitman. 2 Prince Alfred College crews having a really good battle. There's a crew on the far side. It's going to be a Quinella double, 1st and 2nd, to Prince Alfred College for the Hamey Fernandez Cup for D Cox Quad Sculls. Prince Alfred College 1st, Prince Alfred College 2nd, and only holding down 3rd place ahead of St Peter's are holding down 3rd place ahead of Unley High.
Lane 5, light touch from the bow seat. Lane 6, light touch from the bow seat. 5 check, lane 2. Check your boat, place no, lane 2. If you need to straighten up, you need to do it by backing, not by touching.
So this is
Don't go over the
St
line.
Peter's College coming in 3rd in the race for the Hamey Fernandez Cup. And as the next race is lining up,
Lane 3, light
we'll
touch
go
from
back
bow
to
seat. Lane 4, light
David
touch.
Freeman will call that race for you.
Lane 5, light touch. Lane 6, light touch. Unlead, lane 2, you need to be in the water. 3 check, 4 check, 5 check. 6 and 7, light touch. Lane 6, light touch. Lane 7, light touch. 6 check. Keep coming, lane 7. Keep coming, lane 7.
So we're about 2 minutes away from the start of the next race, which is the race 20, the Schoolboy Year 8 C Division Cox Quad Scull. And again, a new race and a new trophy. So coming down the line, Unley High crossed over to finish race 19. Well done to them for continuing on. And the next event is underway. This is the Schoolboy Year 8 C Division, rowing from the Barbara Fenner Cup. This has been presented by Prince Alfred College in recognition of Barbara Fenner's exceptional contribution to rowing in South Australia and Australia.
I reckon this is cash coming up. That's
So we have 6 crews coming down. In lane 2 is Unley High, lane 3 Scotch, lane 4 Prince Alfred College, lane 5 St Peter's College, lane 6 Pembroke School, and in lane 7 Nord Moralta.
Yeah, I'm just gonna watch Tasha's race. And I'll go.
Yeah. So into the concluding stages, 250 to travel in the Year 8C division for boys, and Prince Alfred College are still in front at the moment to Pembroke School, probably just a length further back out in lane 6, and then quite a big gap back to the next two schools, which would be St. Peter's and Unley High, followed by Scotch and Nord Morialta. But into the concluding stages, looks like Prince Alfred College are going to take home the Barbara Fenner Cup, which was presented by Prince Alfred College, so they're winning their own cup. And it's Prince's down to the line and take out race 20, the Year 8C, very closely followed by Pembroke in second place, a further length back. And then a gap back to St. Peter's, who will come through in third, followed by Unley High currently sitting in fourth, with Scotch in fifth behind them, and then Nord Morialta. The next final coming down is race 21, the schoolboy Year 8B division. We've got 8 crews in the B division, and they are rowing for the McLaughlin Cup. For the new Year 8 one, this is presented by Prince Alfred College in recognition of the McLaughlin family's contribution to rowing in South Australia and to Year 8 rowing in the head of the river. So those crews in schoolboy Year 8B division gone through with 500 metres to travel. We've got Christian Brothers in lane 1, Unley High in 2, Scotch in 3, Princes in 4, Pembroke in 5, Saints in 6, Pulteney in 7, and Nord Morialta in lane 8. So approaching the 250 boys in the schoolboy Year 8B final, and again it's a Prince Alfred College crew leading the way to Pembroke on their outside. So this is going to be a very close race between these two over the concluding stages, between Princes and Pembroke, who are out in front of the rest of the field. Looks like St. Peter's College will be in third place, and then back to Unley High, Scotch, Christian Brothers and Nord Morialta. But it's a battle here between Pembroke and Princes, with about 100 metres left to travel, and it's Princes with their bow in front at the moment. They'd only have about a canvas over Pembroke. This is the schoolboy Year 8B for the McLaughlin Cup, and both crews really pulling now hard. It's Pembroke who've come up alongside Princes, and Pembroke really challenging. It's neck and neck as they come up to the finish line. Pembroke throwing everything at Princes, and down to the line it's going to be Prince Alfred College by less than a canvas. So Prince Alfred College have taken out the Year 8B division, less than a canvas to Pembroke, who valiantly tried at the end. They caught up quite a bit of distance. St. Peter's will go across in third. Unley High will go through in fourth. Then they will be followed by Scotch in 5th. On the far side, Pulteney will be 6th. And then Christian Brothers down in lane 1, at the moment sitting in 7th. Pulteney, you haven't finished.
By backing, not by
Right.
touching. Lane
Now they
7,
finish just
line
ahead
touch.
of Christian
Lane
Brothers, who
6,
go
line
through in
touch.
7th, and Nord Morialta will be 8th.
Come on, I'll tell you when to stop. Lane 5, light touch. 7, check. Lane 4, light touch. Lane 6, keep touching. Just start a long way behind. Lane 3, light touch. Lane 2, light touch. Lane 1, light touch. Keep coming, 5, 4, 5, 6. Lane 6, you got about 3 more touches. Keep coming, lane 5. 6, check. 2, check. In the water jet. Lane 4, light touch. Lane 3, light touch. Lane 7, check your road. You're still moving forward. 4, check. 3, check. 1, light touch. 6, light touch. 8, light touch. 1, check. 8, check. 6, check.
So well done to the Prince Alfred College crew taking out the Year 8B McLaughlin Cup. And the crew of Eddie Walton, Oscar Chappell, Thomas Mallock, William Pheasant, Edward Twiddle was the cox, and the crew was coached by Daniel Ralph. So one more Year 8 race to go. This is the A's, and they are competing for the new trophy, the Rolly Dankbar Cup. This is being presented by Unley High School in recognition of Rolly Dankbar's contribution to the formation of the Unley High School Rowing Club. So Rolly Dankbar, the initiator of Unley High School Rowing, has been very successful, and his name goes on the boys' Year 8A
Like she's about to
quad
come up.
trophy. So in lane 1 we have Nord Morialta, lane 2 Pulteney, lane 3 Scotch, lane 4 Prince Alfred, lane 5 Pembroke, lane 6 St Peters, lane 7 Unley, and in lane 8 St Ignatius. So with the seeding due to the heats, it's the crew in lane 4 leading the way, and it's Prince Alfred College again leading the way in the A division to Scotch on their inside and Pembroke on the outside. It's probably Scotch maybe in second place. Nothing between Scotch and Pembroke, but Princes have got a length lead on those two crews, and then further on the outside in lane 6 is St Peters. So as they approach the 250 metre boys, and it's Princes leading the way to Pembroke and Scotch. St Peters coming up and challenging for the third place, and Pembroke again really cranking it up as they approach those boys and have gone up alongside Prince Alfred College. So it's going to be another exciting finish as we come down between Princes and Pembroke. Well, this is the Year 8 A's. So 100 metres to travel, and it's still Princes by about a half a boat length to Pembroke. Scotch in third place, a further length back, but the Princes crew rowing very nicely. Good length together. Been still challenged by Pembroke, who haven't given up, and Scotch. But down to the line, and now it's Princes who cross the line one length to Pembroke in second place. Across the line third is Scotch. Fourth will be St. Peter's. And then a gap back to the 5th, 6th and 7th crews. So coming down in 5th place will be Pulteney, just ahead of Unley High on the far side. Then St. Ignatius out in lane 8 will be 7th, and Nord Morialta will be 8th. So congratulations to another Prince Alfred College crew. I think that's 3 in a row for the year 8s. And the crew of Samar Doshanji, Olivia Smart, Jack Rollinson, Lincoln Gerchez, Lewis England Cox, and coached again by Daniel Ralph. So St. Ignatius crossed the line in 7th place, and Nord Morialta will come through in 8th. So that concludes the year 8 races. The next group down is for schoolgirl year 9s. We need a bow number. A bow number G7 from St. Ignatius, taken out by Thomas. This bow number hasn't been returned for a long time, and it's needed again. So bow number G7, St. Ignatius. Thomas, you must return your bow number.
What time did he finish today?
Well, 5 is boy weight.
And the race underway, coming past the hotel, is race 23, the schoolgirl year 9D division quads. We had 4 crews. It's St. Peter's girls in lane 3, Walford in 4, Wilderness in 5, and a Walford E crew in lane 6. So leading the way just at the moment would be Walford in lane 4. They would have a very slight lead over the second Walford crew, in fact on the outside. So it looks like it's Walford ahead of St. Peter's girls and then Wilderness. So as they reach the beach, that tells them about 300 metres to travel. And this is for a perpetual trophy for the Year 9D quads. And it's Walford in lane 4, leading in the D division, leading their E crew out in lane 6. And then a gap of some 2, maybe 3 lengths back to St. Peter's girls in lane 3, and possibly a length then to Wilderness in lane 5.
7 easy, 7 check, 5 check.
So it looks like Walford's going to take it out. It depends on which crew. Is it going to be their D crew or their E crew?
Lane 1 just touching up a little bit. Okay, lane
It's still
6,
the D
light
crew
touch,
in front
lane
of the
5,
E crew.
light touch. 4, check your boat. 2 light touch. 1 light touch. 6 check. 3, 2 check.
So less than 100 to travel, and the D crew's got about a half a length on the E crew, and looks like they're going to take out
5 check.
the Schoolgirl Year 9D trophy. And they do. They go across the line, 3/4 of a length to the E crew in second place. So well done, Walford, for the Quinella. In third will be St. Peter's Girls.
Lane 4 and 3, light touch.
In lane 3, and Wilderness in lane 5 will go through in fourth.
3 and 4, light touch, just about the arms only. Touching his arms only. 3 check. 4 check. Lane 7, check your boat, square your blade. You're moving forward. Lanes 1 and 2, light touch, just about the arms only. 2 check. 1 check. 5 light touch. Lane 5, light touch. Lane 5, check.
Hurry, lane check. 5. Go.
The next event is underway with crews going through the 500 metre mark. This is race 24, the Schoolgirl Year 9C division. We have 7 crews coming down. In lane 1 is Seymour, lane 2 Pembroke, lane 3 St. Peter's Girls, lane 4 Wilderness, lane 5 Walford, lane 6 Unley, and in lane 7 Scotch. And this is extremely close race as they go past the hotel. Looks like the 2 middle crews are leading the way. That would be Wilderness, then Walford. With a gap back to possibly on the outside, Scotch might be running in 3rd place, ahead of St. Peter's Girls. Then Seymour, Pembroke and Unley. But a close battle here between the first 2, which is Walford and Wilderness in lanes 4 and 5. In 3rd place from the far side is definitely Scotch, who would be challenging those 2 crews. It's going to be a race between the 3 leaders. So at the moment it's Wilderness sitting out in front of Walford and Scotch, and maybe Scotch, I think Scotch have gone past Walford and maybe taken over 2nd place, but those 3 crews are out in front. In fact, Scotch, I think, have gone past Wilderness as well. So it looks like Scotch have taken over the running from the outside lane for this Year 9C, and got a length on the other 2 crews. They've really put in a big surge over the last 100 metres, and it's Scotch College from lane 7 leading the way to Wilderness and Walford neck and neck for 2nd place. 4th would be Seymour and St. Peter's Girls. then Unley High and Pembroke. But down the line it looks like it's going to be Scotch out in lane 7, who will take out the Year 9C Division trophy, Perpetual Trophy, ahead of Wilderness in second place by half a length to Walford. But Scotch go across the line to 2 lengths then to Wilderness in second place, 3/4 of a length to Walford goes across in third. A good race here for fourth between Seymour and Saints, and and they went across the line together. Couldn't pick that one, so Seymour and Saints, and then followed by Unley. So a good win there to Scotch College and the crew of Annabelle Durant, Maggie Smith, Cheyenne Baker, Emily Rainbird, Olivia Steele was the cox, and coached by Zara Rippon.
Okay, we're racing now in race number 25. Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Skull with Unley in 1, St Peter's 2, Scotch 3, Pembroke 4, Wilderness 5, Walford 6, Loretto 7 and Seymour in 8. And I tell you what, this field, about 6 of them are pretty much in line as when they first started. We've got a really good race on our hands in the B boats, a well contested event here. There were 8 entries. We think Pembroke could be in front, just in front of Wilderness, and then right over closer to us is the Saints crew that are travelling quite well. So excellent racing in the Year 9 Cox Quad Skull for girls for a Perpetual Trophy for this event. Doesn't have a special name, and it does look like the green and gold of Pembroke are slightly in front, but they're having a real battle with St Peter's. And on the far side of them, Wilderness. So Wilderness in the white with the light blue, and St Peter's also in the white with a blue stripe. The Wilderness got a blue hoop. Another crew doing quite well on the far side there is Loretto, and they got a white outfit with a blue and gold hoop. It's getting pretty hot up the front here with, I think the Wilderness crew may have overtaken the Pembroke crew, who I think they've just noticed their situation, and Pembroke seem to have taken up their rating to answer the challenge. So it's pretty much stroke for stroke between the Pembroke and Wilderness crews. Both these crews are credit to their coaches and their training. They are racing beautifully, good timing, excellent rowing by both these crews. The crews running from Walford and Loretto are running close in third and fourth. But let's watch the struggle for first and second between Pembroke and Wilderness. They're absolutely stroke for stroke down to the line in this B boat for a Perpetual Trophy. Pembroke catching the Wilderness crew as we speak. They're catching them with every stroke, but they've left their run just a fraction too late. And it's Wilderness across the line in first place. Wilderness by about a metre. And Loretto are going to finish third, just ahead of Walford. Saints are coming in 5th place after being up close there for a while. On the far side it's Seymour, then Unley and Scotch. Yeah, that was a great finish there, and I didn't have time to give you their names, so I will now. Brave effort for second place by Pembroke. Angelique War, Imogen Ingram, Nicole Chan, Grace Sables and Kate Crowley, coached by Andre Lim. But the winners from us, from here, it's not official yet, but looked like across the line first was Catherine Price, Alana Commons, Winter Marshall, Sophie Manifold, Isabel Shearer, coached by Sophie Neary from Wilderness. That's who we thought won it here. It was only a metre or so in it, less than a canvas on the front of the boat. So a very close race for the B Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. And I think have we got three different winners, David? We had Walford, Scotch, and now Wilderness. So 3 different schools have won the Year 9 events for the girls. That's good to see the schools sharing it around.
The next event down on your program is the Schoolgirl Year 9 A's. I think the program says it's the boys, but in fact it's the girls. Schoolgirl Year 9 A's. And they are rowing for the Amanda Cross Cup. This trophy honours Amanda Cross, an outstanding South Australian lightweight rower who represented Australia in 85 World Championships and 90 World Championships, and the 86 Commonwealth Games. So So the next event is underway. In race 26, the Schoolgirl Year 9 A's. In lane 1 is Scotch, lane 2 Unley, lane 3 Walford, lane 4 Pembroke, lane 5 Seymour, lane 6 St Peter's Girls, lane 7 Wilderness, and in lane 8 Loreto. So 8 crews coming down a full field competing for the Amanda Cross Cup. So they're going past the hotel through the 500 metre mark. So the early leader in the Year 9A Schoolgirl Cods is Pembroke from lane 4. With Scotch doing quite well down in lane 1, and on Pembroke's inside is Walford, and on their outside Seymour. So at the moment it looks like Pembroke followed by Walford, Scotch and Seymour. Saints Girls just a tad back from those crews. But very little separating the whole field, but out in front is Pembroke. They're doing 34 strokes per minute. They've got a length, I think, on Walford in second place, and then Scotch would be third down here in lane 1. So Walford slightly lower rating than Pembroke. So into the red boys, 2:50 to go, and it's Pembroke by a good length over Walford, very closely followed by Scotch, and on the far side it would be Wilderness challenging those 2 crews. So Wilderness and Seymour winding it up, Pembroke well out in front. Everybody else has come together, looking for second, third, fourth and fifth. So it is Pembroke out in front by 2 lengths to Walford. On the far side looks like Wilderness challenging Seymour, then Saints Girls and Scotch. But down to the line to take out the Amanda Cross Cup, it's going to be Pembroke for the Year 9As. Walford is still in second place by about a half a boat length to Seymour. Seymour go through in third, Scotch will come through in fourth, Wilderness will be fifth, Saints Girls will be sixth, Unley High will be seventh, and Loretto will be eighth. So a good win there to Pembroke and the crew of Kelly Tam, Jessica Slade, Eleanor Harper, Rosa Hood. Eliza Hannon is the cox, coached by Stephen Jimenez. Stephen Jimenez.
The next race is underway. It's the boys' turn now in the Year 9s. Got a perpetual trophy for the D Coxed Quad Scull, and the crews in it are St. Peter's in 2, Prince Alfred E crew in 3, St. Peter's in 4, Prince Alfred in 5, and St. Peter's F in 6. Racing. Okay, we believe that the 2 E crews, St. Peter's E and Prince's E, are racing for the E trophy. And then there's the St. Peter's and Prince's in lanes 4 and 5 that are the D boats. They're all coming down in the one race, and we'll call that as it is on your glossy program if you've got a program in front of you. Certainly the field is totally filled up with Prince Alfred College and St. Peter's College crews. At the moment, the E crew from St. Peter's seem to be in front of the whole field. So I've got St. Peter's in the blue leading Prince's in the red. Then the next St. Peter's crew are in third place. The crew on the far side from St. Peter's is running fourth. And then the second of the Prince Alfred College crews in fifth place. So the boat that's in front is from St. Peter's is Charlie Balnaves, Nick Michaels, Marcus Gunn, Mitch Nittikins, Caleb Wilson's the cox, and coached by Braden Claridge. The Prince Alfred College crew putting in a great effort to catch them. That Prince Alfred College crew is Mitchell Miller, Hugo Parisi, Mason Sargent, William Farrell, Corey O'Neill, the coxswain, and coached by Liam Kaspersky. Saints just had a shipwreck, so it's left the door open. So they're both going for the line now, stroke for stroke. Saints might just have a bit more strength. Princes are washing out a couple of strokes. So that's down to the judge. We'll get an official result from that. Here comes the other St. Peter's College crew who could be taking out the D race ahead of the F crew from St. Peter's. So there's more than one winner in that event as the other Prince Alfred College crew comes in fifth place. It's very close here. We'll wait for the official result, but we certainly had some drama in the last few strokes there with the Saints crew having a little shipwreck, and then the Prince Alfred crew washing out the last couple of strokes. Just couldn't. I don't think they quite got past them, but we'll try. We'll wait for the judge to settle down, and we'll try and get an official result for you. Okay, it is official. The St. Peter's crew did win that race. St. Peter's, the crew from lane 2 were first. And don't forget, we want the winning crews from each final to assemble on the lawn at the north of the main club rooms and boat shed as soon as possible after the last races today. All the trophies get presented to the winning crews then, especially the year 8s. It's the first time the year 8s and perhaps the year 8 coaches have been involved with trophy presentation. So make sure that those year 8s are ready in their uniform or zoot suits, whatever they're wearing, for the trophy presentation. And also north of the club rooms there are extra toilets. There are portaloos in the north of the main club rooms. Please be aware of that, both men's and women's. There are plenty of extra toilets on that northern lawn north of the main club rooms. Thanks to Uni SA for sponsoring this regatta, and thanks again to St. Peter's College for hosting the regatta. Don't forget the Uni SA Health van is on the lawn near the club rooms, and they've got free physiotherapy services for any of the rowers who've got hamstring or muscle problems and need a massage. The Uni of SA is supporting the school's head of the river and wishes all the teams competing today the best of luck from Uni SA. And don't forget the Uni SA supports elite athletes while studying. They've got an elite athletes program and performing arts program as well. You should visit unisa.edu.au for information. The next race is the C Cox Quad Sculloch. See if it's as close as the previous one. This one's got Unley High, Prince Alfred, St. Peter's and Scotch colleges. So 4 boats racing, and another close race. We certainly had a beauty the last event. The boys in the year 9 Quad Sculls are turning on some great racing, and this race is no exception. Just the 4 races, but by gee, they're having a close race. Have a look down the Alex Ramsey International Rowing Course. You'll see that I'd say the St. Peter's crew in the blue is slightly in front, but they have got nothing to spare over Unley, Prince Alfred College and Scotch College. Perhaps Scotch College just back a little bit behind the other 3 boats. Even now as I speak, I think Prince's might have lost a little bit of ground, so that's the 2 blue boats. The Unley in the double blue closest to the crowd, and Saints out in lane 4 that might be just in front. The Saints crew of Sam Upton, Jack Kane, Ollie Tierney, Jamie Grozev, Angus Davidson, the Cox, coached by Michael Nicholson, just in front of Unley and Scotch and Prince's. Those 3 are still absolutely as they lined up at the start. Saints crew getting away now in the shadows of the post. They've entered the last 250 metres of the race because they're in amongst the red boys that signal the last 250, and Saints are keeping their stroke very long through the water, and they've cleared out now, got a clear lead ahead of Princes, who've come through into second place. Saints are just around 33, 34 strokes to the minute, They've got a length and a bit over Prince Alfred College, Scotch and Unley in that order. But it's St. Peter's across the line first. Princes are going to be second. I think Scotch are just going to hang on to third ahead of Unley. So very close between the minor placings, but a win to the St. Peter's College crew, whose names I read out there. They're going to win a perpetual trophy for the Year 9. That was the C, Coxed Quad Skull. Lining up at the 1,000 metre mark. Don't forget you can watch. Well, we had trouble watching the Wi-Fi on the free Wi-Fi. It's been overloaded. You're too popular at the moment. If you've got the screen, you can see them lined up at the start at the 1,000 metre mark. We've got a camera there. The Adelaide AV audio from Scott, who we're sponsored here with the audio and video by Morntein Motors. We thank Morntein Motors for supplying the sponsorship of the video. And you can get that on YouTube on the Rowing SA website. You can look at the pictures of the racing on YouTube, on your smartphone, tablet, whatever, any electronic device you've got here. And they're off and racing now. Race 29, Adelaide in 1, Scotch in 2, Pulteney in 3, Princes in 4, Unley in 5, St. Peter's in 6, Norwood in 7, Christian Brothers College, CBC in lane 8. So 8 racing in the schoolboy year 8 Cox Quad Skull. Yeah, I'd say looks like the Unley crew have thrown down the gauntlet at this stage and set up an early lead. And then it's possibly Pulteney challenging the most on the inside of them, closest to us on the grandstand side. No, it's probably Prince Alfred College are the closest. And I wouldn't discount Scotch College in the gold. They were putting in some good efforts too. So still 3 or 4 boats in with a chance of winning this. I think Unley, Scotch, Princes, Pulteney, any one of those. Perhaps Scotch are the leaders as they approach the red boys with 250 metres to go. Yeah, I think it's the Scotch in the gold colours. The Scotch College crew of Alexander Hodge, Adam Snyder, James Martin, William Henschke and Jonty Davidson, the Cox, coached by Hamish Eglinton. They're just out in front of Prince Alfred College and Unley. So these year 9s, there's some really good sculling here by these year 9s. You can see the benefit of all that training that they've done, the coaching, thanks to all the parents and coaches that support these youngsters with their rowing training. This is the boys' year 9 Cox Quad Skull, and what a good finish. The Prince Alfred College and Unley are both coming home really well, but Scotch College just in front, starting to look a bit ragged in the shadows of the finishing post. It's Unley and Princes fighting it out, but it looks like they're going to be fighting out for second and third as Scotch are hanging on. Scotch holding on to the lead in the year 9B Quad Skull. Scotch College take out their winner from Unley. Did get in front of Princes there right at the end. So they've got Scotch, Unley, Princes, 1, 2, 3 according to me. Then Pulteney were 4th. And here comes the Saints crew, then followed by Norwood Morealda. And Adelaide High just in front of CBC.
Lane 3 light touch, lane 4 light touch, lane 2 1 light touch.
So there's Norwood Moriata in the blue and gold
1, 2, 3,
with a bit of red.
lane 8, check
Oh,
your
it's going to be
mark.
close. Adelaide High just in front of CBC for 7 and 8. Yeah, Adelaide High just get there for 7th place.
Don't move fast in the travelling lane, Ignatius. You roll on the run.
Thanks, Phil. Now we're underway in race 30, the schoolboy Year 9A Cox Quads. And these crews are rowing for the Ferguson Cup. This was presented in 1972 as a perpetual trophy by N.C. Howard.
Yeah.
So the Ferguson Cup.
The next 6 or so
And the
starts
crews have gone through the 500 metre mark. In lane 1 we have Christian Brothers, lane 2 St Ignatius, lane 3 St Peter's, lane 4 Prince Alfred, lane 5 Unley, lane 6 Scotch, lane 7 Pulteney, and lane 8 Norwood. And Prince Alfred College have come to a grinding halt. They've had a major shipwreck and have stopped rowing, which has allowed the crew on their outside Unley to take over the running. So it's Unley High School leading the way to Scotch, followed then by Pulteney. So Unley High School leading the Year 9A Ferguson Cup, about a length on their outside to Pulteney being the main challengers. Pulteney just ahead of Scotch in 3rd place. So it's the Unley crew of Oscar Milson, Conan Fear, Matt Karpowitz, Oliver Neat, Cox by Asher Gillings. They are currently leading the way to Pulteney. And those two crews have drawn away from Scotch. So Unley sitting on 38 strokes, trying to keep away Pulteney on their outside, who are finishing with a flurry. And those two have moved away from Scotch. But it's going to be Unley and Pulteney as we come down to the line. Unley have just got their nose in front. Less than a canvas as we come down the line, and it's a couple of strokes to go, and it's going to be Unley High School. Unley High take out the Ferguson Cup. Pulteney about a third of a boat length further back, followed by Scotch. Then we have St Peter's coming through in 4th. Christian Brothers will be 5th, just ahead of St Ignatius, and Norwood Moriata on the far side will be 7th. And then, as you can see, Prince Alfred College from lane 4 had a major break in their stroke seat and just coming through with their 3 scullers. But well done to Unley High taking out the Year 9A Schoolboy Trophy, the Ferguson Cup. So a short break in racing as we go to the Year 10s coming down from the 1500 metre mark. The schoolgirls are first. We've got a race 31, the Year 10 Cs. So we'll have a short break in transmission. while we wait for the Year 10 Cs coming down from 1,500 metres. And don't forget the UniSA health van on the lawns near the club rooms. There's physiotherapy services, hamstring length testing, muscle stretching and massage provided by Adelaide Uni on the lawns. And of course University of South Australia providing that, and they're proudly supporters of the school's Head of the River, as UniSA supports elite athletes while studying through the Elite Athletes and Performing Artists program. So if you're interested in that, get onto the UniSA website. We still have merchandise sales down in the club rooms for Head of the River souvenirs, hoodies, quarter zips, tees, etc. You can go down and purchase them. And don't forget, if you're a winning crew, you need to be at the presentation point on the path in front of the Judges Tower. This year we will not wait for any crew. If you're not there, presentations will go ahead and you'll get your trophies after the presentation has finished. So everybody must be there on time this year.
Okay, we're coming up to start time for race number 31 at the 2017 Head of the River, sponsored by UniSA, and thanks to St Peter's College for hosting the regatta, and Adelaide AV for filming all the racing. You can see it on the YouTube. If you have electronic media, look up Rowing SA and you'll get the Head of the River on the latest film there. So at the start, at the 1,500 metre, the old metric mile, you've got Seymour in lane 3, Saints in lane 4 and Scotch in lane 5. For the girls, Year 10, the C Coxed Quad Skull. And we were talking earlier today that about the first eights this year. The first time we're going to have a 9-boat race Head of the River for both the boys and the girls. We do have 15 schools entered in the Head of the River overall, but obviously with some boys only and some girls only, we don't have 15 boats racing. But with 9 boats and the boys and girls Head of the River entries as it is this year, we're going to run a crew down in race lane number 0 for the last 2 races and have a 9-boat race Head of the River. So David Freeman and myself are looking forward to this historical sporting event for Head of the River on the 40th year since the course was named in 1977. We've got another bow number we need, J6 from Christian Brothers College, Edward, we need bow number J6 from CBC. We need it as soon as possible. Please return your bow numbers. The Year 9 girls, Cox Quad Skull from Wilderness. We need a representative from Wilderness School, possibly the coach Isabel Hewitt, urgently to regatta control. Wilderness School, we need Isabel Hewitt, or representative of the Year 9 Schoolgirl C Cox Quad Skull, to regatta control at the judges' tower at the ground level immediately. Thank you. So we've got a good race. Only 3 boats in the race 31, but it's a close race between Seymour and St. Peter's. The Seymour and St. Peter's crews are pretty much stroke for stroke through the halfway mark. So they approach the 500 metre mark. They've drawn away from Scotch, the Scotch College crew not in the running at the moment, but it's pretty close between just the 2 crews. There are 3 crews altogether in this C Cox Quad. So I reckon it's between, from Seymour, Jocelyn Hugh, Constance McIntosh, Annabelle Dibbins, Hannah Catford, Isabella Henry, the Cox with coach Sophie Vale, and the Saints crew is Sherman Josiah, Yuja Sun, Charlotte Sellers, Hannon Lund, Jodie Pappendorf is the Cox, and it's St. Peter's and Seymour that are slugging it out as they run down to the finish line in the Schoolgirls Year 10 Cox Quad Skull for a perpetual trophy. Scotch College in the distance in the background. And it's the St. Peter's crew that have pulled away now from Seymour and taken the lead. St. Peter's leading in the Year 10 C boats for the Schoolgirls. As I reckon the next race may have also started, looking back down the course. I think the B boats for the Alison Smith Cup is also underway. Alison Smith, a former South Australian and Australian women's rower who rowed for Australia in the World Championships and the 1986 Commonwealth Games. She's also been a coach here of lots of school rowing. But looking at the lead now, it's safely in the hands of the St. Peter's crew for the Year 10 C crew. They've pulled right away from Seymour in the closing stages. Scotch College are catching Seymour, in fact, as they approach the line. But it's across the line first to win to St. Peter's College. That crew whose names I read out a minute ago, they've won that event. Seymour are second and Scotch College are going to cross in third. We'll go straight to the next race, which is already approaching the halfway mark, with Nord Morialda in 1, Unley in 2, Seymour in 3, Scotch in 4, St. Peter's in 5, Walford in 6 and Wilderness in 7. So 7 in the field for the B boat for the Year 10 girls for the Alison Smith Cup. Alison Smith, who's still racing nowadays in the Masters. She's rode in the state team in the Masters in recent years. So an ex-Walford rower, although I don't think she rode at Walford. I don't think they had rowing when Alison went to school there. Now I reckon it's the Scotch crew that's leading the way, but it's pretty close between Scotch and Seymour. Those 2 crews racing it out in the quad sculls for the Year 10B. Perhaps Seymour might be just in front of Scotch. Those 2 boats, I think, have pulled away from the rest of the field. So it's a good battle between Scotch and Seymour. Those 2 crews have broken away from the rest of the field. So the race is definitely on between Scotch and Seymour for the Alison Smith Cup for the B quad sculls for the girls, the Schoolgirls B Cox Quad Skull. Scotch at around 33, 34 strokes to the minute. I'd say Seymour almost the same. These 2 crews, they're in the red buoys now. The red buoys mark the last 250 metres of the course. And we've got another close race here. It's stroke for stroke, heading for the line. Seymour and Scotch College. Scotch College crews Paige Buckland, Georgia Camaleggio, Philippa Smith and Hayley Birdseye, with Jessie Grundy the Cox, coached by Tess Robertson, and Seymour, Sammy Horbert, India Witten, Lucy Wells, Gabby Huxtable and Charlotte Arbin, coached by Sarah Parkden. And it's stroke for stroke down to the line. Seymour trying to catch Scotch. Scotch hanging on to a narrow lead as they approach the finishing line. At Scotch hanging on to that about half a boat length lead as they go past me in the commentary position, and I think they've hung on to take that one out, the Scotch College crew just ahead of Seymour. Saints are going to be third. It looks like Walford will be fourth. Unley fifth. Then we've got Wilderness and Nord Moriana. So these are what we see them across the line. The results aren't official until the boat race officials clear all the race, including, I think, they weigh the coxswain to see that the coxswain has the correct minimum weight. On Head of the River Day, the winning coxswains are usually weighed to make sure that they carry the minimum weight, so every crew has an equal weight distribution. And the names of the crews are all checked, so the official results are not official until the boat race officials give the all clear to the final event. So what we call on the commentary is as we see them across the line.
And we now have a correction to an earlier result. In race 24, the schoolgirl Year 9 C Division Coxed Quad the winner is now Wilderness School from lane 4. So Wilderness have now won race 24, the schoolgirl Year 9 C Division Coxed Quad. So this race is for the Denise Collins Cup. Denise Collins was a former school rower with Pembroke or Kings, and she went on to Cox for Australia and row for Australia as a lightweight. So you got St Ignatius, Adelaide, St Peter's, Scotch, Seymour, Walford, Unley and Wilderness. So these crews had a heat earlier today, and this is the final, and it's Scotch College and Seymour, the same two schools who battled out the previous event. They're going neck and neck again, with this time it's Scotch College in front of Seymour and St Peter's. Scotch College, I think, clearly in the lead as they approach the last 250 metres.
just entering the red buoy area now of the last 250 metres of the course. And that Scotch College crew appear to have a clear lead. Claire Johnson, Harriet Watson, Lucy Kittle, Charlotte McTaggart and Chloe Morris. The Cox with coached by Katie Freeman. There's a good battle between St Peter's and Seymour for the minor placings, but it's a clear water win to Scotch College. They are way out in front, showing a clean set of plays to the rest of the field. And well coached, well drilled. All these crews, credit to their coaches and crews, they're sculling beautifully. We've got perfect racing conditions here at West Lakes today, nice and flat, bit heavy on the legs, this water, but it's Scotch College that are taking this Year 10 girls for the Denise Collins Cup, and Scotch College have crossed the line already, clear winners. St Peter's have moved up into second place ahead of Seymour. The closing stages, here comes Walford in fourth, just behind them is Unley, and then the rest of the field is a battle on. Adelaide High having a good race with Wilderness on the far side. Adelaide High looking across, they're having a real crack at the Wilderness crew to get the minor placings, and that overabundance of effort has just cost them a stoppage and handed it the 6th spot to Wilderness. Adelaide are going to finish 7th ahead of Slaney Nation. So that was a win to Scotch College there in the race 33 for the Denise Collins Cup for the Year 10 A, Year 10A's Cox Quad Scull. Now the Year 10 boys for the C boat have set off. There's 3 crews in this. In fact, the Prince Alfred College crew closest to us is the D crew. Then their C crew is in the middle lane, and on the far side is Unley High. So the Prince's C crew are leading, the Prince's D crew and Unley High in that order. So we've got a C and a D crew here from Prince's that are running 1-2, both ahead of Unley High. I assume from this that the D crew will take a victory in the trophies, because I think there's a trophy for D boats. So the D crew that's running second at the moment is Harry Boyd, Blake Lindner, Nathan Pye, Ramey Andre, Thomas Pittman, the Cox, coached by Tim Santon and Alexander Cox. And the C crew, which are leading in the race and will take out the C event if they barring accidents, is Logan Sargent, Maximilian Chapman, Samuel Walsh, Tristan Archer and Hunter Vincent, the Cox, coached by Tim Santon and Alexander Cox. And they're both ahead of the Unley High crew. So this is the race 34 for the C and D Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls for the boys, the first of the boys' races. And the Prince's crew closest to us just had a bit of a shipwreck. Of course, in rowing, it's the danger period is the last part of the race when everyone's most tired. Concentration is wearing out. That's when the accidents can happen as far as the technique goes. But taking out the win is the Prince Alfred College C crew. They've won their race and their grade, and I believe the Prince Alfred College crew that's going across the line in second place in this race is actually winning the D age group as the only entry in that. So that's what I believe happened there, with Unley High in third place. Now we need a Prince Alfred College coach or representative from the Year 9D Cox Quad Scull. Which one? That one or that one? If we could get Braden Claridge and Riley Lum. Oh, sorry. From Prince Alfred. So we need Riley Lum or Leon Kaspersky to come to the regatta control urgently, please, from Prince Alfred College. We've already had crews have made mistakes with their bow numbers and their crew, which has resulted in some results being changed, so please be careful with all your organisation. Thanks again to UniSA for sponsoring this regatta, and also thanks to St Peter's College for hosting the regatta. Don't forget there's some free physio to be had at the UniSA Health Fair today on the club rooms, on the lawn near the club rooms. And also don't forget there's a Hill of the River merchandise. You can buy that at the tent by the club rooms up near the finish line. And if you haven't heard, there are portaloos, there are extra toilets on the lawn north of the club rooms. That's north of the club rooms, heading towards Outer Harbour. North of the club rooms, there's extra toilets and portaloos are on the lawns behind the club room, behind the boat shed, on the lawns there. The next race is for the Chapman Trophy. I'll hand you back to David Freeman to call that race.
We have a lost announcement. We're looking for a Yamaha key ring with one key on it. This may have been lost near the social club, around the merchandise stall. So down here, if you've seen a Yamaha key ring with one key, the person is urgently looking for it, because you can imagine what it connects to. So look out for a Yamaha key. And bring it back to regatta control, please. So this is Year 10B's quad scull for the Chapman Trophy. This was presented by the family of the late D.L. Chaplin in 1969 for his contribution to rowing. And we have Pembroke in lane 1, St Peters in 2, Pulteney 3, Princes 4, Unley 5, Scotch 6 and Norwood 7. And as you can see, it's the Prince Alfred College crew who've streeted away from the rest of the field. They've got a very good lead to the crew on their outside, which is Unley High. So it must be 3 to 4 lengths to Unley High School. And then a gap back to the crew on their inside, which is Pulteney. Followed by Pembroke in lane 1, then St Peters in lane 2. And Nord Moriauta bringing up the rear. So Prince Alfred College, going down with about 100 metres to travel, are going to take out the Year 10B championship and win the Chapman Trophy. They've got a commanding lead, sitting there nicely on 31 strokes. Perfect unison as they go across the line to take out race 35, the Chapman Trophy. In second place will be Unley High from lane 5. Coming through in third will be Pulteney from lane 3. Then we have Pembroke coming through in fourth in lane 1. St Peters will be fifth. And on the far side, Norm Mariota will be sixth. Scotch appear to have had a major problem and they're just rowing down the course on the far side. So a good win to Prince Alfred College, the crew of Joseph Ballastrin, Ethan Brewerton, Thomas Johnson, Harrison Hill, Henry McEwen is the cox, coached by Drew Clements and Tristan Perkins. And that leads us up to the Schoolboy Year 10A Championship for the Men's Cup. And the Men's Cup has been rowed for many, many years, presented by the Men's family as a perpetual trophy. So you all heard of Men's Yo-Yos. This is the Men's Cup. It's the same family, Biscuit family, presenting the Men's Trophy. So Scotch coming down to complete the race, but they're outside the course. They've only got 2 rowers going, so they've obviously had a major problem in the boat. Umpire's gone out to check. And we've got a start in the Year 10A Coxed Quads for the Men's Cup. So the field is in lane 1, Nord Morialta, lane 2, Unley Hyde, lane 3, St Peters, lane 4, Pembroke, lane 5, Scotch, lane 6, Pulteney, lane 7, Prince Alfred, and in lane 8, Christian Brothers. So a full field of 8 boats coming down in the Schoolboy Year 10A quad final, rowing for the Men's Cup. So through the 1,000-metre mark, and it's the crew in lane 4, Pembroke, who've come up alongside Scotch. So Pembroke, Scotch and Pulteney would be leading the race, and then on next to them is Prince Alfred. So it looks like those four, Pembroke, Scotch, Pulteney, Prince Alfred, and then back to lane 3 would be St. Peter's, with Unley right next to them, and then on the far side would be Christian Brothers, and then a gap back to Nord Moriauta. So Pembroke leading the way in the men's cup, sitting on 35 strokes a minute. In second place is Scotch. Pulteney just gone past Scotch for second, so it's Pembroke, Pulteney, Scotch in that order, and then Princes in fourth. And then back down to lane 2, which is Unley High for fifth. But a good race here as Pulteney now challenged Pembroke, and Pulteney doing very well on the outside. Pembroke still in front on 36. Pulteney have gone to 37, Pembroke at 36 as they crank it up with 200 metres to travel. And this is the Year 10A. Year 10As for the Men's Cup, and it's a race in 2 between Pembroke and Pulteney. Last 150 metres, Pulteney, Pembroke locked together side by side, then a gap back to Princes and Scotch. Coming down to the line, you can't tell who's in front. This is going to be a very close one. Down to the line, they've got about 2 or 3 strokes to go. It's locked together as they go across the line. And we're going to have to go and see the judges. Yeah, Pembroke think they've won it, but I'm not quite sure. Princes go across in third, Scotch are fourth, Unley at fifth, Saints just behind CBC for fifth, Saints sixth, and Nord Moriauta will be
just while we get the official result from the judges. We go to the 2,000 metre races now, and the 2,000 metre races are all sweep oared races. So we've got the Schoolgirl Coxed 4. Here's David with the official result. Got the result?
And the result of Year 10A was a win to Pembroke ahead of Pulteney. So Pembroke by a bow number. Pembroke to Pulteney came in second place. So well done to Finley Cross, William Sam, Angus King, Nick Blackman, Alistair Sadler as Cox, and coached by Matthew Jimenez.
So the next races now are the sweep oared races for the senior crews, and they race the full 2,000 metre international distance. You may have heard me mention before, it's 40 years since we named this course. This was a man-made course here at West Lakes. Was opened in 1977 at the head of the river. Before that, we rode most of the head of the rivers on the River Torrens. Back in my day, when I rode over 50 years ago, the head of the river was held over 2 days. We had I rode in the first 8s for 2 years, and we had the heats on the Friday. We only had 2 lanes to race on in those days, with the bridge that was on the Morford Street Bridge in those days had a construction pillar in the middle, so there were only 2 lanes for racing. So we rode the heats on the Friday, semi-final on the Saturday morning, and the final on Saturday afternoon on the Torrens. That's how the head of the river was rode, and it's only talking about it, and the reason I mention it is one of the reasons we rode the 9-boat final today for the first 8s is to give all of the first 8 rowers a row in the head of the river. And like I said, back in my time in the 1960s, the guys that lost on the first day, they didn't even get to race in the head of the river day because there was no final for the ones who were eliminated on the Friday. So pretty sad for them. And we, like I said, we do it here now with the multi-lane racing, and the fact we've got 9 lanes built. In fact, the course is officially 10 lanes wide, but we do use lane 0 as the travelling lane to get down to the start. But our officials are confident they can fairly start 9 boats for this sporting history today, to have 9 boats race in the schools boys first 8s head of the river in South Australia for the first time, with 9 entries lining up. So we don't have entries from every school. I notice Adelaide High is the only high school that's got a boys first 8 and a girls first 8. So some of the other schools obviously don't have a first 8. Also, while I'm talking about the history, perhaps the next event, the school girl fours, back in the 70s when we started the school girls rowing, the boys have obviously been rowing for a long time. School girl rowing is a new part to the sport, new as in the last 40 years. The school girls first 4 was in fact the main event for many years. So when you look at your glossy program and look back through the history, the school that won the schoolgirl 4s for many years, that was the main event, and in the head of the river girls, and then the 8s only became popular as the number of schools rowing increased and the number of schoolgirls rowing increased. And in recent years we've had more schoolgirls rowing here in South Australia and in Australia than we've had boys. The last couple of years there have been more schoolgirls rowing in the national regatta than schoolboys. So the sport is very popular in Australia with our schoolgirls and our women's rowing. Thanks again to UniSA for sponsoring the regatta, and don't forget the UniSA health van is on the lawns by the club rooms by the finish line, and they've got some physiotherapy service there for any of the rowers who need hamstring attention or muscle massage. That's available free of charge at the UniSA health van today. Thanks to UniSA for supporting and sponsoring this regatta. The UniSA wishes all of the rowers the best of luck. And don't forget, if you go to UniSA, the elite athletes have got an elite athletes program and a performing arts program which you can undertake at UniSA. Visit their website unisa.edu.au. And I was talking at the state championships for our school rowers, and would invite all the rowers here to do their maths on the numbers when they think about their sporting career when they leave rowing. The Australian soccer team, there's 11 of them. The cricket team's 11. There's only 3 or 4 represent Australia in tennis. In the Australian rowing team, there's over 20 places for men and for women. So there's 40, a full Australian rowing team for the Olympics. There's 40 places you can get in the Australian rowing team. So you should aim when you leave school to join our state rowing team. Keep rowing and work your way from the state team into the Australian team. There's more chance of getting into that on the sheer numbers than any other sport. Just heard from the umpire at the start of the next race that Unley are leading from Walford in the early stages in the Schoolgirl Cox 4 Championship. So we've heard from the umpire, and we're not getting a picture on our screen here, so I can't give you any more information. But the early leaders were Unley just in front of Walford in the Schoolgirl First 4. The full lineup is Norwood Moriata in 1, Wilderness in 2, Saints in 3, Walford in 4, Unley in 5, Seymour in 6, Loretto in 7, and Scotch in 8. And took so it's still only a length and a half in front of Walford in the Schoolgirl First 4, according to the umpire that's following the race. That's on a radio. His radio's through that Unley are clearly in front. Now, Unley don't have a first 8 girls, so this is probably their first 4 as their top. This is their flagship boat, one would imagine, in this first 4s for the Diana Medlin Cup, named after Diana Medlin, who was the first principal of Pembroke School when they became Pembroke from the combination of Girton and the old King's College. So it's Unley leading from Walford. The Unley crew: Zoe Andrews, Aisha Scott, Millie Hall, Anna Ford, Simbi Puce, the coxswain, coached by Amy Park. Amy Park's the vice captain of Torrens Rowing Club, I believe. The Walford crew is Eloise Treadwell, Chloe Taylor, Rory Balding, Taylor Parker, Layla Hall as the cox, and coached by Georgia Litt. Georgia Litt is the coxswain of the South Australian King's Cup crew, the interstate State of Origin King's Cup crew. She coxed it last year. They got a bronze medal, and good luck to all our state crews who'll be racing next weekend in the King's Cup and interstate races, in the interstate State of Origin races that are on next week. So it's Unley highballing it out in front as one of the commentators you'll hear at the National Regatta, Ray Ebert. That's one of his favourite expressions. They've got a clear lead. As I said, it's the Unley crew is their flagship boat, one would imagine, for the girls. They don't have a girls' first 8, so this is their flagship crew, we'd call it. And they're in the centre lane from past, that's seeded from previous events during the season. They're leading from Walford. We believe though clear water, over a length and a half in front. And Walford we think it's Seymour were 3rd and Scotch were 4th. Wildy and Loretto. And they're coming through the 500 metre mark now, so you should be able to see for yourselves the crews in the first 4 for the Diana Medlin Cup. And it's certainly the double blue vertical stripes of Unley that are out in front. The double blue, of course, for Unley from the Unley Oval is at the intersection of the famous Oxford and Cambridge terraces. And the Oxford and Cambridge famous rowing boat race colours are dark and light blue that Unley are wearing here. Walford are putting the pressure on them now. They're looming up behind them. It's Unley leading from Walford, and then Seymour and Scotch running 4th. So that order's been like that since back at the 500 metre mark. We got a call from the umpire and it stayed the same at about 1,000. So that Unley crew are certainly showing the way in the race for the Head of the River Diana Medlin Cup for 2017. So it's Unley leading from Walford, and then Seymour, then Scotch. Scotch are just ahead of Loretto. Then it's back to Wilderness, Saints and Norwood Moriauta. But this is an all-the-way win, one would say, to the Unley crew. Notice the sweep oar. Each rower only has one oar. This is the first race we've seen like this today, away from the sculling boats. Coxswain in the bow of the Unley boat, and in fact most of the boats. So Scotch has got the coxswain in the stern. But it's Unley take out the Diana Medlin Cup for the Head of the River for 2017. Walford are going to finish second. Seymour third. Scotch are running fourth at the moment, ahead of Loretto, who are just in front of Wilderness, and then St. Peter's and Norwood Moriauta. So that race, a 2,000 metre race, and that's why you tend to see the margins stretch out a little bit with the longer distance. That's the full international and Olympic racing distance for rowing, and we do tend to get bigger margins between some of the crews, but we're hoping for some close finishes for the first and second places in some of the other races today. I'll hand over to David Freeman, who's going to bring you the Cudmore Cup for the first fours for the boys.
Thank you, Phil Mangelsdorf. And race 38's the next one due down, the Schoolboys Cox 4 for the Cudmore Cup. And this cup was presented by Sir Collier Cudmore in 1966 as a perpetual trophy for the schoolboy first fours. So in this event we have a full crew of 8 boats to come down, with Pembroke in lane 1, St. Peter's College in 2, Christian Brothers in 3, Prince Alfred College in 4, Norwood Moriauta in 5, Unley High in 6, St. Ignatius 7, and the Prince Alfred College second 4 in lane 8.
So I was telling you about the history about how we used to row the heats on the Friday at the Head of the River. Port Adelaide claimed, their football club claimed to have this big march going. Can I tell you, in those days, all the schools used to send their students down Friday afternoon. It was rowed Friday afternoon. And I can tell you, Prince's and Saints schoolboys used to march through the city and go to that head of the river on a Friday afternoon. It was a pretty impressive number.
So Schoolboy Cox 4 rowing for the Cudmore Cup cruise going through the 1,000 metre mark, and we would see that the leader is between Nord Morialta, Christian Brothers. So from this vantage point, Nord Morialta looks like they may be leading through the 1,000 metre mark in the Schoolboy Cox 4. Christian Brothers would be second. Prince Alfred College would be third. So coming past the hotel with 500 to travel, and it's still Nord Morialta leading Christian Brothers. Prince Alfred College between those two sitting in third place, and then a gap across to Unley High would be in fourth, followed by St Peter's College down in lane 2, and then on there inside Pembroke. And then on the far side would be the Prince Alfred College number 2 crew and St Ignatius. But crews approaching the beach, and it's still a race between Norwood and Christian Brothers. So CBC strokes on 34. And 33 to Norwood, and of course Norwood don't have an 8, so this is their top crew coming down, and a very close battle here between Norwood and Christian Brothers. Almost nothing separating them as they hit the beach line. And a gap of about 2 lengths back to Prince Alfred College, then followed by Pembroke, St Peter's. But into the red boys, it's Nord Morialta leading the way, sitting on 34 strokes. Possibly about a length now to Christian Brothers. So Nord Morialta cranking it up, have moved away from Christian Brothers now to take command of this race. So CBC putting up their rating as well, but they're not getting any closer, and it's Nord Morialta who are going away with this race and are going to take out the Cudmore Cup for Schoolboys Cox 4. So Nord Morialta, CBC in second place. Princes are coming through in third, closely followed by Unley and Saints, and then Pembroke. So Nord Morialta take out the Cudmore Cup and get their win for today. CBC go through in second place. Prince Alfred College, a further 3 lengths back, will be third. Yeah. In fourth will be, probably on the other side, Unley High go through in fourth, closely followed by St Peter's, who are fifth, then Pembroke, who are sixth. And on the far side, the Prince Alfred College number 2 crew will be 7th and St Ignatius will be 8th. And St Ignatius go across the line to complete race 38, the Schoolboy Cox 4. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now down to the 4-8 races. The schoolgirl second 8, race 39 is underway between Scotch College and Pembroke. And these crews are racing for the Adelaide High Centenary Trophy, which was first presented in 2008 by Adelaide High School to commemorate the centenary of their school. So the girls' second 8 going through the 1,000 metre mark at the moment. So we have a report from the umpire following the girls' second 8 at the 1,000 metre mark. Reports that the crews are neck and neck. There's nothing between Scotch and Pembroke. So through the 1,000 metre mark, and a report that Scotch have now got a half a boat length lead over Pembroke. They've pushed past Pembroke just after the 1,000 metre mark. So the report is that Scotch have got a slight lead. Or was it Pembroke? So through 750 past the hotel, and the umpire reports that Scotch have moved out to 3/4 of a boat length over Pembroke in the Schoolgirls second 8. It's still a very close race. They've been neck and neck down to the 1,000 metre mark. Scotch did their push and managed to get out in front. But Pembroke aren't out at the moment. They've still got quite a bit of racing to go as they go through the 500 metre mark with about 400 to travel. And it's Scotch by about 3/4 a length. So from the umpire's boat, said that Pembroke have just lifted their rating to get up closer to Scotch. There's only about a half a boat length in it now as they come down approaching the Red Boys and 250 to travel. So Scotch sitting on 36. So they're both sitting on 36 after lifting their rating to 40 through the 500 to go. So like I say, both crews are getting very tired, and Pembroke are looking very ragged on the outside, but they're still within striking distance of Scotch. So only half a boat length. You can see them side by side as they come down. Scotch have still got their bow in front. Pembroke seem to have got it going again a little bit better now. As we come into the last 100 metres, and it's Scotch by half a length. Down to the line. Down to the line, and it's Scotch by 3/4 of a length to Pembroke, who take out the Adelaide High Centenary Trophy. Very good race by those two crews. They had to slog it out the whole way down. There was no easy win in that race, and a good win to Scotch. The crew of Courtney Gunn, Millicent Watson, Jade Newbing, Alex Fotheringham, Sophie Fotheringham, Zoe Hensky, Libby Brake, Madison Andrew Arthur, Cox by Kate Caudle, and coached by Joyce Jollins. So well done to Scotch taking out the first of the 8 races. I'll now hand you over to Phil Mangelsdorf to bring down the schoolboys' second 8.
The schoolboys' second 8 is a long-standing event on the head of the river. It's been going as long as I know in the head of the river, and has a magnificent trophy. The Walman Trophy. The trophies are on display up by the pontoon and announcement area. Almost the biggest trophy of the whole trophy presentation is a big glass case with a miniature rowing boat in it, and that is the Walman Trophy for the second 8 boats. If you are up near the trophies, you can have a look at them now. And the Walman Trophy is a magnificently, skillfully built trophy for the second 8. And I'm sure the boys that win the second 8 trophy always enjoy it. And we've got a good field this year. We don't always have a big field in the second 8 rowing. We noticed in the girls we only had the 2 boats, but what a good race we had there. And congratulations, Scotch, for winning the girls' second 8 and the Adelaide High School Centenary Trophy. The Adelaide High School, the oldest high school in the state, rowing. They were rowing by very soon after the school was founded in 208. There's records of Adelaide High School rowing in about 1910, I believe. And they certainly had Adelaide High School rowers who went to the First World War, old scholars. Anyway, the Walman Trophy's up for the schoolboy second 8s with Pembroke in lane 3, St Peter's in lane 4, Prince Alfred in lane 5 and Scotch in lane 6. Have they started, you reckon? So these rowers with the sweep oars rowing with 1 oar each in the boat, and we're going to have the magnificent 9 a bit later on in the first 8s, where we have 9 boats racing, and very appropriate we call them the first 8s, but there is in fact a 9th person in the boat, of course, the coxswain. Very important part of rowing, and to me almost one of the most unique parts of the sport, to have the coxswain steering the boat, the only one that can see where the crew is racing, the rest of the crew looking backwards. So the coxswain is so important in the 8 races, in all the races. And we're going to start in the schoolboys second 8. The field again is Pembroke, St Peter's, Prince Alfred and Scotch. The 4 boats seem to be all safely away out of the start. We have had 2 breakages in boat rates in the early parts. And from here, the 4 boats, there's hardly any difference between the 4 of them. They're all having a big day on their big day. The schoolboy second 8s, Pembroke, St Peter's, Prince Alfred and Scotch are all in the first part of the race. We can't separate them from here with our binoculars, and we only have a long screen version of the from the YouTube. So they've gone through 500 metres and there's very little separating the 4 boats. They're still racing almost side by side. Excellent racing from the schoolboy second 8s. Someone's talking. Okay, we've got a call from the umpires now that St Peter's are leading by about half a length from Pembroke, with Princes in 3rd and Scotch in 4th. So that's from the umpire at the halfway mark. So St Peter's in front in the Walman Trophy for the schoolboy second 8s. Saints in front, Pembroke running 2nd, Princes 3rd and Scotch in 4th. These crews racing magnificently. The second 8s look really good, and there's only 4 of them. Imagine what it's going to look like when we have 2 races with 9 boats racing shortly. So it's still Saints just leading from Scotch. Sorry, Saints leading from Scotch. Sorry, Saints leading from Pembroke, Princes and Scotch in that order through the 500 metre mark. That hasn't changed since the halfway mark. The umpire is showing some concern for one of the Prince Alfred College rowers. The umpire in the umpire and rescue boat that follows the event. He thinks one of the Prince's boys having some problems. So it's Scots that are mounting the challenge against St. Peter's, but St. Peter's have they had a lead by the 1,000 metre mark. They had about half a length at the 1,000 metre in the second 8 boys for the famous Wallman Trophy, and they're holding on to that lead. They've actually built it up to a length lead now. Scotch are come past Princes, and they're challenging Pembroke for second, but it's the Saints crew that are high-balling it out in front. They've definitely set up a lead. They've got good blade work, good combination, and Princes are pulling out as Saints are rattling on at about 37 strokes to the minute. I think the Prince Alfred College crew is coming straight into the bank. One of their rowers is not well. So it's St. Peter's are going to take out the second 8 for the Wallman Trophy, barring accidents. It's Pembroke in the yellow with the green hoop. That's their seniors' outfit. They've changed their uniform from their younger crew. They're in second place. And Scots College in the all gold in third place. But no doubt about the leading boat. Looks like they're clearing water. They were rating 36 a little while ago. And the St. Peter's second 8 of William Economos, Thomas Cook, Alexander Economos, Mitchell Moore, Yanni Briggs, Thomas Fenner, Joshua Harris, sorry, wrong crew, how am I going? Fabian Whiteman, Angus Jenkins, Philip Stevens, Henry McLaughlin, Max Bruce, Tom Beresford, Nicholas Riddell, Angus Scanlon, Sam Burton the Cox, coached by Alexander Beasley and Hugo Langsford. Hugo Langsford, one of our rowers in the South Australian Kings Cup crew that'll be racing next week in the Australian State of Origin race for the Interstate Kings Cup race, a very famous interstate race next weekend. So Prince Alfred College coming in to the landing. For the win there to St. Peter's in the schoolboy second 8 for the Wallman Trophy. Pembroke clearly second, Scotch third. That was the Wallman Trophy for the schoolboy second 8. Now there is a good time now to clear the course, because this is a historical 9-boat race going to come down for the girls' first 8, the next race, and David Freeman will call the race for the Florence Eaton Cup. Flo Eaton was the chairman of South Australian Rowing, women's rowing for many years, an honorary life member of South Australian Rowing. She was also the chair of Australian women's rowing for many years, and she was a selector for Australian rowing. I was on a panel with her as a selector for Australian women's rowing. She rowed for the state in her youth, and all her life was spent supporting rowing. So the Florence Eaton Trophy was presented for the schoolgirls trophy. Florence Eaton would have been, she was synonymous with the introduction of schoolgirl rowing in South Australia, and she was the president of the Women's Rowing Association when the men and women amalgamated. They were separate in their early years. So I'm going to hand over to David Freeman for the schoolgirls first 8. The fabulous 9. We're going to have a 9-boat race, the first time in the South Australian head of the river. As I said, it just happens that we've got 9 boats, so everyone gets to race in the first 8 in the head of the river. There's 9 entries for both the boys and girls first 8s.
So we come to the second to last race, the Schoolgirl Cock State, rowing for the Florence Eaton Cup. So the lane draw coming down in lane 1 we have Adelaide High, lane 2 Pembroke, lane 3 Seymour, lane 4 St Peter's Girls, lane 5 Walford, lane 6 Scotch, lane 7 Loretto, lane 8 Pulteney, and in lane 9 Wilderness. So the course has been completely cleared with the boys' crews out of the way so that the girls' crews can come down with 9 across. And we have a start in the Schoolgirl First 8. So in the Schoolgirl First 8 coming up to the 1500 metre mark, the leader at the moment is Pembroke, just in front of Walford, and then a further gap back to 3 schools, St Peter's Girls, Scotch and Loretto. So the early leader, Pembroke, to Walford, and then the other three scores close in behind. So from the umpire at the 1,000 metre mark, the new leader is Walford by 1.5 lengths to Pembroke. Third is St. Peter's, fourth Scotch, and fifth Loretto. So that's through the 1,000 metre mark. The current leader is Walford, 1.5 lengths to Pembroke. Through the 500 metre travels, and from the umpire's boat, Walford have now extended their lead to 2 lengths over Scotch. So 2 lengths to Scotch. Third is Pembroke. Fourth, Loretto. And fifth is Saints. So down past the hotel, you can see out in the middle of the course the big blue, dark blue boat of Walford sitting out in front of the crew in lane 2 Pembroke and in lane 6 Scotch. So it's Walford leading the way. They've got a 2-length lead over Scotch, then a gap back to Pembroke, followed on their outside by Loretto. So Walford sitting on 34. Scotch and Pembroke are the only dangers at the moment, and then Loretto, Seymour. But it's going to be a win to Walford. They've got over 2 boat lengths now as they come down to the 150 to go. So it's Walford leading the way. Scotch easily in second place with Loretto on their outside. Would be in third. Then down to Pembroke coming in fourth. But down the line, 2 strokes to go, and Walford take out the Schoolgirl First 8 by a good 3 lengths to Scotch. Scotch going through in second, Loretto will be third, Pembroke fourth, Saints Girls will come through in fifth position. Who's on the outside? Followed by Pulteney, Wilderness and Seymour. And down here in lane 0, which we couldn't see for quite a while, is the crew from Adelaide High School. So a good win there to Walford, the crew of Meg Ewers, Kirsty Penhall, Charlotte Hall, Ella Grummett, Amy Seed, Lavinia Prince, Matilda Young, Caitlin Nicholson, Cox by Mia Garland and coached by David McGrath.
So thanks to David Freeman for that call of the Florence Eaton Cup for the schoolgirl eights, the first eights for 2017, the Head of the River schoolgirl first eights, won by Walford. He gave you the names. Congratulations, Walford, winning the Florence Eaton Cup. They joined the Clearwater Club, winning by Clearwater. Now there is a time lapse, and one of the reasons we have this between the next race is the officials do want to make sure the regatta course is perfectly clear and safe for this 9-boat race. So they're doing a check, a safety check right now, all the boat race officials, that there are no stray boats on the water. And then we've just had a historic sporting effort with 9 boats racing the Head of the River on West Lakes for the first time for the Head of the River, and we're about to have 9 schoolboys crews race for the Goss Shield. So with one race to go, we'd expect the Year 8 winners to be already up by the northern end of the club rooms, past the club rooms. You need to be on the lawn at the back of the club rooms on the northern end. The Year 8 winners, boys and girls, should be up there now ready for trophy presentation, followed by the Year 9s. The officials have said that if you're not there ready to get your trophies, they will not be presented on the dais. You'll just get them posted to you in a week or two's time. The trophy for the boys' first 8 is the Goss Shield for first 8, presented by the late Sir James Goss and his family in 1932 as a perpetual trophy. It's a beautiful trophy. I got a photo of it when I won it over 50 years ago. As I said, we rode it on the Torrens in those days. We had heats on Friday, semi-final Saturday morning and the final Saturday afternoon. The whole school used to go down, and from each school it was completely packed, boys only in those days, but the Torrens was full of people, and as I said, a lot of the schools marched through the city in mass. Something Port Adelaide Football Club came to do, but we were doing it in the Head of the River in the 1960s for sure, before them. So the line-up for the lanes in the race 42, the schoolboy first 8 for Goss Shield: Adelaide High in 1, Unley in 2, Christian Brothers in 3, Pembroke in 4, Prince Alfred in 5, St Peter's in 6, Scotch in 7, Pulteney in 8, and St Ignatius in 9. We can hear the officials on the radio clearing the course, making sure the course is clear and safe. It is a an imperative safety issue to run the sporting history here with 9 boats about to start in the schoolboy first eights. First time we've had 9 racing on the head of the river day, 9 eights. Or 9 nines, as people keep telling me with the coxswains. We should perhaps call the race the first 9s this year.
Yeah, they got to get rid of those boats before they let them come down. They've stopped.
So we're close to a start for the Goss Shield for the schoolboy first eights. The St. Peter's College crew would probably be favourites. They won the state championship for the Advertiser Shield a few weeks ago. They have had races where Prince Alfred have beaten them this year. So St. Peter's and Prince Alfred College are the 2 form crews. Alongside of those 2, we've got Pembroke and Scotch, who have also shown improved form during the season. 6:48 was the time for the girls' race. 6:48. People are asking for the time for the girls' race. 6:48, the winning time. And for the last time, we'll thank our sponsors, the University of South Australia, for sponsoring the regatta, and St. Peter's College for hosting the regatta. Thanks to all our volunteers and boat race officials. They're racing in the head of the river for the Goss Shield. So they're all off and racing safely. Our 9 boat head of the river, the first 9s. So Princes have got the best of the start. They're about a metre in front of Saints after 200 metres, according to umpire Barney Cundell in the following boat. In 3rd place was Scotch, 4th was Pembroke, 5th were Pulteney. So that was a call from umpire Barney Cundell after about 200 metres in the Goss Shield.
Maybe just a boat length.
That's PAC by
Scotch, Pembroke, Pulteney and CBC neck and neck.
That was from the umpire on the live on the boat. umpire's vote. About. So it's still Prince Alfred College with a narrow lead after 500 metres, according to the umpire. It was Prince Alfred College from St Peter's and Scotch, first three boats. So as I've called before, this is the first nines we could call this race. For the Goss Shield, the schoolboy eights, approaching the 1,000 metre mark. So Princes have thrown down the gauntlet to St Peter's by having a lead. So Prince Alfred College still in front by about half a length as they approach the 1,000 metre mark. And Scotch still third. Pembroke running fourth. Pulteney fifth. CBC was sixth. Unley was seventh. St Ignatius and Adelaide High in that order. So it's Prince Alfred College, coached by Andrew Stunnell, former international silver medalist in world rowing, have thrown down the gauntlet to St Peter's College in the early stages, with Scotch College running in third place, coached by James Seppelt. The St Peter's crew is coached by James McRae, Olympic bronze and silver medalist. And now Saints have moved up level with Prince Alfred College as they come through past the 1,000 metre mark and into the third 500. The umpire's comment was Saints seem to be doing it more comfortable. Scotch College are clearly in third place as the battle settles down between Saints and Princes. As they have done several times this season, these two crews have slugged it out stroke for stroke. I've got Prince Alfred College rating at 35. And Saints just went up to about 36. So the business end of the race now in the Goss Shield for the 2017 Schoolboys First Eights head of the river with a 9-boat race. Sports history here on the Alex Ramsey International Rowing Course as St Peter's and Prince Alfred College, two of the all-boys schools that are competing for this race for many times and several times been a winner. And the Prince Alfred College crew have thrown down the gauntlet. And here goes Saints. I can see the rating going up now, the big splashes. They're up to 38, a bit over 38. I just timed the St Peter's 8 at as they throw down the challenge. Like I said, they're coached by James McRae, who's famous for his finishing bursts in racing. So if they've got any of James McRae's coaching in them, I expect them to put on a big finish. But the Prince Alfred College boys in their famous red and white hoops that they race in the head of the river, they know it's a big day today, and they are also putting up a big finish. So the St Peter's and Prince Alfred College crews thunder down towards the finish line here. And is the St Peter's crew that's taken the lead just in the closing stages. They've put on that finishing burst that their coach is so famous for. They've gone past Prince Alfred College and they're rowing away from them now, St Peter's. St Peter's still clearing their boat length with their oars as they almost win by almost exactly a boat length from Prince Alfred College. A brave Prince Alfred College. What a brave race. They led for a long way. Here comes Scotch College. They're going to be third. CBC, Christian Brothers College, fourth. Well done, the CBC. Pulteney in fifth. Pembroke are going to be sixth. Unley are coming in seventh. And the race for eighth and ninth looks like Adelaide High and St Ignatius have fought that out. And St Ignatius will take out the win. A win to St Peter's. Oscar McGuinness, Charlie Moore, William Smith, Oscar Moore, Geordie Muller, Edward Badger, Maxwell Fisher, Angus Dawson, Indran Mahajir, who's also the cox of one of our state crews next week, coached by James McRae. And I've got to mention the outstanding effort by Princes, who threw everything at them. Lachlan Clark, Patrick Lowe, Harry Wise, Jordan Losa, Charles McInnes, Douglas Gerard, Jack Good, Angus Fry, Will Priest, the cox, coaches Andrew Stunnell and James Hammond. And they led for much of the race and certainly gave St Peter's College a real scare and made them earn that win of the Gosh Shield. But congratulations to the winners. Scots were third, Christian Brothers fourth, Pulteney fifth, Pembroke sixth, Unley seventh, St Ignatius got the 8th place, and the Adelaide High 8 were 9th in the famous Gosh Shield schoolboy first nines. Thanks to David Freeman for his company and commentary. Thanks to all the boat race officials and the volunteers, and for St Peter's College for hosting this regatta. Thanks too to our sponsors from the University of South Australia.
And thank you to Phil Mangersdorf for that magnificent call of the boys' first 8. Now, quite clearly, the next important thing is presentation of trophies, which we wish to do as soon as possible. And the only way to do that is to get the Year 8 crews down on the path in front of the Judges Town commentary point. We want all the Year 8 winners